We will call the City Council meeting to order. It's 5 p.m. City Clerk, may I have a roll call, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Councilmember Griffith?
Here.
Councilmember Kaji?
Here.
Councilmember Kalani?
Present.
Councilmember Lewis?
Here.
Councilmember Matucci?
Here.
Councilmember Sheikh?
Present.
Mayor Chen.
Present. The council will now recess to close session to confer with the city manager and city attorney on agenda matters listed under 14A, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. 14B, real property, conference with real property negotiator, and 14C, conference with labor negotiator. A closed session on these matters is authorized by California Government Code Section 54956.9D1, 54956.8, and 54957.6. We will return after closed session. Item 2, we honor those who make it possible for us to be here today. If there's anyone here in our audience who is on active duty or a military veteran, please stand or raise your hand so that we may recognize you. Please remain standing. And thank you for your service. And now we'll have Councilman Matucci lead the flag salute, and Councilman Sheikh will lead us in the invocation.
Please join me in my flag salute. Ready to begin. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, Master of the day of judgment, it is you we worship, and upon you we call for help. Guide us to the straight path, the path of those you have blessed, not of those against whom there is anger, nor of those who are misguided. Almighty Lord, we gather here today in this sacred chamber to collaborate and make meaningful progress. May this meeting be a meeting of inspiration and collaboration. O Lord, may our discussions be marked by respect and a deep desire to serve our community. We start with you and we end with you. Amen.
Thank you both. We're on to item 3. I'll take a motion to waive further reading of resolutions and ordinances after number and title.
Motion to waive further readings.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Item 4, announcements of withdrawn, deferred, and or supplemental items.
Thank you, Your Honor. Item Department City Manager. There are several supplementary materials for item 7, oral communication. 9A, from City Manager, review findings of land use study of 13 city-owned properties and provide direction on potential property disposition opportunities. 9B, from City Manager, discuss and provide direction on potential land use study for Torrance Municipal Airport, Zamperini Field. 9G, from the Finance and Government Operations Committee, to approve committee's recommendations regarding various revenue enhancement opportunities and creation of community facility district. And lastly, 9H, from Community Development, to discuss and consider adopting ordinance amending Torrance Municipal Code regarding touch and stop and go, full stop taxi back and low approaches at Torrance Municipal Airport, and adopt California Environmental Quality Act exemption. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Item 5, council meetings and announcements. I'll start with the first one. The State Legislative Advocacy Committee will meet on Wednesday, that's tomorrow, January 24th at 2 p.m. The meeting will be held in the Leroy J. Jackson Council Chambers. The purpose of the meeting is for the committee to receive an update from our consultant, Gonzalez and Son, on the 2024 state legislation cycle and discuss this year's delegation trip to Sacramento. The public is invited to attend and participate. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. The Armed Forces Day Special Standing Committee will meet on Thursday, February 1st, 2024 at 12 p.m. The meeting will be held in the Leroy J. Jackson Council Chambers, which is here. The purpose of this meeting is to discuss the direction of the 2024 Armed Forces Day Parade and celebration. Staff will provide information on current preparation and planning status for the annual tradition. The public is invited to attend and participate. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor. With the concurrence of my colleagues, I would like to propose 2 new friendship cities for the city of Torrance. The 2 cities are number 1, Oshu, Iwate Prefecture, Japan, and number 2, Bizen, Okayama Prefecture in Japan. These cities are the hometowns of recently signed Los Angeles Dodgers superstar players Shohei Ohtani and Yoshinobu Yamamoto. Taking action now will position Torrance as a first mover before any other city in the Los Angeles area. Benefits to pursuing relationships with these two cities include attracting the growing demand by Dodger Japanese fan base to visit Los Angeles, specifically Torrance, to attend games and establishing Torrance as the destination for baseball fans, bringing increased sales tax revenue by attraction of visitors, positioning Torrance as the central location for international fans over the next 10 years, encouraging American baseball fans to visit the players' hometowns and potentially allowing for Torrance Little League teams to establish relationships leading to a potential youth baseball exchange program, creating opportunities for the Dodgers organization to work with Torrance to hold events celebrating these players and strengthening our position in attracting other sports teams and new investment in advance of the 2028 Olympics. Do I have council concurrence to request staff to proceed with the Friendship City application process and to reach out to the cities of Oshu and Bizen to propose Friendship City relationships with each?
I have a question.
Yes.
This will impact our current budget that we have for Friendship Cities. Someone can answer that question.
Adam Schwein, City Manager, it would depend on the extent of the future travel or engagement opportunities, but that'll be a future item to come forward. The application process does not entail a financial commitment component at the initial onset.
But we didn't fund for it. We didn't budget this one.
We did have an annual budget set aside for Friendship Cities. Some of those funds has been expended with the recent trips. However, we do have a balance, and we can return back with part of the item and include that information for council consideration.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, I have a question. Isn't it possible that we can still continue to do all of this and not put a budget with it? So can we not
Absolutely.
do all of these things without there being a money?
Again, it would depend on the extent of what council desires with the relationship, but Friendship City typically can be symbolic outreach and leading up to additional opportunities.
I have no problem with the outreach. I just don't want to establish another budget line item for this.
It will be part of your deliberation if council desires additional relationships as far as travel is concerned, for any exchanges and such.
So you're saying if we provide concurrence, then there will be a travel budget attached to it?
If council
or
so
that's-
desires future travel, that'll be something for
Let me
us to
jump in.
consider.
I think we're not even at that point
No, we have to
yet.
bring back an
This is
application.
a concurrence, just a outreach. To see if they're even interested. So and then if there's issues with budget, then they'll come back with budget requests. This is just reaching out to them. Okay, can I look at the thumbs up and down? I got 1, 2, 3. Okay, I need one more.
I have additional questions then. I want to be certain that that a budget would not be established without it coming back in front of the council.
That is correct.
All right, then I would approve it.
Okay, I think we have 4. Is it 4-3? Oh, 5-3, 5-2. Okay, 5-2. We got concurrence. Thank you very much. Councilman Kaji, I think you have the next one as well.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the Torrance City Council. Following the El Camino College Public Safety Training Center groundbreaking, a number of Torrance residents in the immediate vicinity have expressed concerns with potential project-related impacts. Although the center is under the oversight of the California Division of the State Architect and not on City of Torrance owned land, several city staff and I both engaged with our El Camino counterparts over the last several months. Following these outreach efforts, El Camino has updated the project website to include additional details with respect to the center's review and approval process. The website also provides helpful FAQs clarifying the nature of the center's design, layout, and operating characteristics. This information is available at elcamino.edu under Public Safety Training Center. On January 18th, 2024, city staff and I met with Board of Trustees members Murakawa and Mashler, President Thames, and her senior level team to again reiterate the importance of Torrance resident concerns. El Camino trustees and staff conveyed an appreciation for resident concerns and shared that they are exploring additional project enhancements to assist in addressing resident noise, aesthetic, and operational concerns, and committed to providing additional community engagement to address these concerns. The City of Torrance and our public safety departments have long recognized the importance for such a public safety training center in the heart of the South Bay. The additional access to expanded training opportunities and emergency preparedness position not only Torrance, but the entire region in a far better readiness disposition. Although the center's development must proceed at El Camino's identified campus location, there may be additional measures the city can work on to help in addressing some of the community concerns. One area that has been brought to my attention by area residents is the possibility of sound attenuation measures along the Redondo Beach Boulevard frontage just north of the Los Angeles County Flood Control District storm channel as it enters Torrance. My understanding is the city's Public Works Department has been in communication with the Los Angeles County Department of Public Works, and an assessment of the street bridge would be the first step in determining whether this would be feasible. Therefore, I would like to take this opportunity to ask the mayor and my colleagues to consider having staff explore the viability of adding a sound barrier design element to the south side of Redondo Beach Boulevard and direct the city manager to return to City Council with an item with the associated assessment costs. Do I have council concurrence?
That's a 7-0.
Thank you.
City Clerk Poirier.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would like to remind Torrance residents that every registered voter will receive a ballot in the mail for the March 5th, 2024 general municipal election. If you have moved or changed your name, you will need to re-register to vote. You can register online at lavote.gov. Torrance residents in Districts 2, 4, and 6 will be voting for city council members. All residents will be voting for federal, state, and county offices. If you are registered as a no-party preference, you will receive a nonpartisan ballot with no presidential candidates unless you request a party's ballot. Check your voter registration status at lavote.gov/VR status. The Los Angeles County Register Recorder County Clerk is seeking election workers for several communities, including Torrance. Election workers play an essential role in elections and in our democracy. They are trusted community members who assist the in-person voting experience throughout Los Angeles County. Responsibilities include attending a paid election worker training, assist with opening and closing the vote center, assisting voters throughout the day, and serving between 4 to 10 days. You can become an election worker by going to lavote.gov/election worker. I would also like to announce the first Torrance City Council Candidates Forum hosted by the League of Women Voters of the Torrance area in the Toyota Meeting Hall at 3330 Civic Center Drive on Wednesday, January 31st at 6:30 p.m. The public is encouraged to attend to educate yourself on the candidates. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Fire Chief Dumais.
Thank you, Your Honor, and good evening, Mayor and Council. David Dumais, Fire Chief. We would like to remind the community that the Torrance Refining Company will be conducting the monthly test of the Community Alert Siren System on Wednesday, February 7th at 11:30 a.m. That's 2 weeks from tomorrow. As a reminder, this is only a test. The test is described as follows. A 1-minute all-clear chime will precede the 2-minute siren tone test. Total testing time will not exceed 5 minutes. It is important to note the siren tone carries a greater distance and may be heard beyond the reach of the chimes. During an actual emergency, when you hear the sirens, we encourage the community to take action to shelter, shut, and listen for instructions from the city. Shelter in place means if you are outside while at home, go inside. Close all windows, doors, vents, and turn off air conditioning. Listen for instructions from local cable, radio, social media sites, and through Torrance alerts. If driving, continue to drive. Close all windows and vents, set air conditioning to recirculate, turn your radio to 1620 AM City Sounds for local instructions. Listen for the chimes that signal the all clear message to signal the emergency has concluded. For additional information regarding the community sirens, please contact the Torrance Refining Company Community Relations at 310-212-1852. That's 310-212-1852. We also encourage the community to sign up for Torrance Alerts, which is the Torrance Emergency Notification and Warning System. For more information regarding Torrance Alerts, please go to the city's website. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Commissioner Heilman from the Commission on Aging.
Good evening, Mayor Chen and City Council members and staff. I'm Mary Heilman from Commission on Aging. This is Karen Pryor, our current chairman. We're here to invite the public to our next meeting of the Commission on Aging, which is Tuesday, February 6th, 9:30 a.m., next door in the West Annex building. Our meeting will feature Sean Plunkett, supervisor of the City of Torrance Home Improvement Program. The Home Improvement Program is program in which disabled individuals and senior citizens residing in Torrance can have a variety of home improvement and services completed. Services include, but are not limited to, disability upgrades for the home and minor repairs. We hope the public can attend our meeting again Tuesday, February 2nd, 9:30 a.m. next door in the West, February 6th, sorry, 9:30 a.m. next door in the West Annex building. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the Commission on Aging for your support for those who are in the aging community. Moving on to item 6, Community Matters. Tonight, the city has the honor of recognizing a special Torrance resident. Following referral from Councilman Griffith, the city's Community Service Department's Recreation Division and the Commission on Aging launched the Centenarian Program in 2022 to honor Torrance residents celebrating their birthday of 100 years or older. I'd like to present Torrance's 5th recipient of the Centenarian Program, Mrs. Catherine Uchenwa Obuka, with a proclamation and a centenarian coin. Mrs. Obuka, along with her family, are here to accept this special recognition. I'd like to invite Mrs. Obuka and members of the Commission on Aging to join me at the podium for a special presentation. Forward because the camera is actually coming this way, so the audience needs to, I know it's a little weird. You have to face that way, at least for this one. I'm going to ask the council to start reading the proclamation, starting with Councilman Kaji, please.
Whereas it is with great joy and admiration that we celebrate the life and legacy of Mrs. Catherine Uchenwa Ogbuka, a true beacon of strength and wisdom who has reached the remarkable milestone of 100 years. A distinguished individual born in the city of Nombi, Nigeria, she has spent her influential years in the same city, contributing significantly to the fabric of her community. And
whereas Catherine's life story is one of exceptional service and dedication, as she and her husband served as church missionaries in Nigeria for over 40 years, embodying the values of compassion, faith, and community. Catherine has been a beacon of life in her community, serving as a community leader, social activist, and advocate for women, children, and the underprivileged. leaving an incredible mark through her tireless efforts. And
Whereas, throughout Catherine's younger years as a mentor, teacher, motivational speaker, peace broker, and a source of unwavering support for her community, leaving an enduring legacy of compassion, resilience, and service. Catherine has served as the esteemed patron of various organizations, including the Boys and Girls Brigade, demonstrating her commitment to fostering positive youth development, and
Whereas, in the year 1997, Catherine made a life-changing move to the city of Torrance, bringing with her the richness of her Nigerian heritage and a commitment to making a positive impact in her new community. And
Whereas, Catherine is the fifth child among her siblings, comprising 3 sisters and 2 brothers, bearing witness to the passage of time and the resilience of her spirit, and throughout her life journey has been blessed with 9 children who continue to carry forth her legacy. And
Whereas Catherine's family has grown exponentially with 14 grandchildren and 11 great-grandchildren, testament to the enduring love and legacy she has cultivated through the generations.
Now therefore, I, George Chen, Mayor of the City of Torrance, California, do hereby proclaim Mrs. Catherine Uchenwa Obuka at the blessed age of 100 as centenarian of the City of Torrance, and wish her a continued long life, prosperity, and the esteem of the entire community for a distinguished and incredible life. Signed this 23rd day of January 2024. Now, Catherine or any members of the family wish to speak and make some remarks?
Good evening, Your Honor, Judge Chen, honorable members of the council, the city manager, and staff, members of Torrance community, including the police staff. My name is Comfort Obi, and I am Catherine's first daughter. And I stand here on behalf of her family, both birth family and extended. And at this time, I want my brothers and family to stand, and my in-law to be recognized. So I stand here to say thank you so much for your show of love. Thank you so much for this proclamation and recognizing our mother, Catherine, with this great honor. Thank you for loving her and accepting her to be a member of your family since 1997, that we were drawn here because of Sir Ojukwu. Signify yourself and mother. And we have come to appreciate this great city that is Torrance. Your love has been so welcoming. And thank you so much for allowing her also to embrace a church family that the pastor of the church is here. Venerable, can you stand to be recognized? And in addition, thank you. And in addition, accepting our community, Nobi family, can you stand and be recognized, all of you that are here? So you... Thank you. You may all sit. So thank you so much for that, the warmth and the love. And I live in Atlanta, and I call here a second home because of the extension of your love for my family and my mother. We will always be grateful for what you have done. And I'm thanking these elegant women. Aren't they elegant? They just started life. Commission on Aging for supporting my mother. So thank you so much. We love you. We will continue to love you and continue to be abiding citizen of this great town and nation. Thank you, everybody.
Okay. So we're gonna take a group picture now. I'm gonna have Catherine face that way. I want to make sure that she is holding something for the picture. I'm going to ask the council members. So there's a big group here. Maybe you can just stand so they can see you. Yeah. Catherine, Catherine, you want to be right here in the middle? Moving on to item 6B from the city clerk.
Thank you, Your Honor. Rebecca Poirier, City Clerk. It is my recommendation that City Council take action to fill the unscheduled vacancy on the Planning Commission by appointing from the 11 qualified applicants. All applicants have been verified as registered voters of the City of Torrance who have completed commission certification training. If they are a current seated commissioner, they have also completed Ethics AB 1234 training and non-supervisory harassment prevention training. The appointment process will be as follows. Applicants in attendance will be asked to stand up as their name is called. The mayor will call for nominations from the City Council. If a City Council member wishes to nominate, they will request to speak and the mayor will acknowledge them. Council members may nominate one applicant. Once an applicant has been nominated, they do not need to be nominated a second time. Council members may choose to concur with an applicant that's already nominated or remain silent. After nominations are closed, mayor will request a roll call vote. Council members will state the name of the candidate they are voting for to be appointed. The applicant must receive a majority of votes from the City Council per Council Rules of Order Section 4.8. I turn the process over, I'll call the applicants, Your Honor, and then I'll turn the process over to you. Charles Deemer, Robin Hamilton, Rosie Javed, Jeff Love, Rick Marshall, Craig Newman, Christina Nguyen. William Nichols couldn't attend tonight. Roger Potter, Gary Safarian, Megan Turner. I now turn the process over to you, Your Honor.
Thank you. As the city clerk mentioned earlier, the process will be, I will take nominations from members of the city council. What I would ask you, click in if you have a person you want to nominate. If it's the same person, you do not need to click in. Councilman Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Since this vacancy was created due to the loss of our only female on the Planning Commission, I'd like to nominate a qualified female, Rosie Javed.
Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to nominate Megan Turner.
Councilwoman Kalani.
I'd like to nominate, please, Mr. Jeff Love.
Councilwoman Lewis.
I'd like to nominate Mr. Deemer.
Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to nominate Mr. Rick Marshall.
All right. And I'm going to nominate William Nichols. Any other? Okay, looks like we have 6 nominees. So, City Clerk,
I think you skipped me, Mayor.
did you click in?
No, I did.
Okay, you got a new nomination?
Sorry. Craig Newman, please.
Okay, we have 7 nominations. Okay, so when City Clerk calls your name, you can nominate one person.
Vote.
Yes, you can vote for one person.
Councilmember Griffiths.
Ms. Javed.
Councilmember Kaji.
Megan Turner.
Councilmember Kalani.
Jeff Love.
Councilmember Lewis.
Jeff Love.
Councilmember Matucci.
Rick Marshall.
Councilmember Shake.
Ms. Javed?
Mayor Chen.
William Nichols.
Okay, I have 2 applicants with 2 votes, Rosie Javed and Jeff Love. Did you want to narrow it down to there and then vote again on those 2 applicants?
Actually, I want to give the council an opportunity to renominate, and then we'll neck it down the next round. Okay? Please click in if you want to make nominations for the second round. Councilman Griffiths.
Again, nominate Ms. Javed.
Councilwoman Lewis.
Mr. Love.
Councilwoman Kalani. Okay. Anyone else? Councilman Matucci.
I'm sorry. Megan Turner.
Okay. Anyone else have a new nomination? Okay. City Clerk, so we have 3 nominations, so each person get 1 vote. I think hopefully the numbers will change this time.
Councilmember Kaji.
Megan Turner.
Councilmember Kalani.
Jeff Love.
Councilmember Lewis.
Jeff Love.
Councilmember Matucci.
Megan Turner.
Councilmember Shake.
Ms. Javed?
Councilmember Griffiths.
Ms. Javed.
Mayor Chen.
Megan Turner. Okay.
In order to be appointed, they need 4 votes. So you have Megan Turner with 3, Mr. Love with 2, and Ms. Javed with 2. How would you like to proceed?
At this point, I would say we would take a vote with, I think, take one more vote. Let's try one more time.
For those same 3?
Right.
Okay. Councilmember Kalani.
Jeff Love.
Councilmember Lewis.
Jeff Love.
Councilmember Matucci.
Turner.
Councilmember Shake.
Ms. Javed?
Councilmember Griffiths.
Ms. Javed?
Councilmember Kaji.
Turner.
Mayor Chen.
Megan Turner.
We're in exactly the same position, Your Honor.
Okay. So this time, I would say, let's keep Miss Turner on the nomination, and then we'll take a vote for Miss Javed and Love and see the highest vote of that, and then we'll do a final face-off.
Councilmember Lewis.
Mr. Love.
Councilmember Matucci.
Mr. Love.
Councilmember Shake.
Ms. Javed?
Councilmember Griffiths.
Ms. Javed?
Councilmember Kaji.
Mr. Love.
Councilmember Kalani.
Mr. Love.
Mayor Chen.
Jeff Love.
Okay. Jeff Love has 5, and Ms. Javed has 2.
Okay, so this final round is between Jeff Love and Megan Turner. Each person get 1 vote, and hopefully we have a majority on this one.
Councilmember Matucci.
Turner.
Councilmember Shake.
Ms. Turner?
Councilmember Griffiths.
Mr. Love?
Councilmember Kaji.
Turner.
Councilmember Kalani.
Love.
Councilmember Lewis.
Love.
Mayor Chen.
Megan Turner.
Your Honor, Megan Turner received 4 votes.
Okay. Well, congratulations, Ms. Turner. And thank you for all those who has applied. I will take a motion to approve the appointment of Planning Commission of Megan Turner.
I move to accept the motion to have Megan Turner join as our newest planning commissioner.
I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you for those who have applied. If you weren't appointed tonight, I encourage you to apply again. With Megan Turner, please come to the podium to be administered the oath of office by the city clerk and receive your commission information packet.
Raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Megan Turner,
Do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of
the Constitution of
the United States of America
the United States of America
and the Constitution of
and the Constitution of
the State of California
the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic.
foreign and domestic.
I will bear true faith and allegiance
I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of
to the Constitution of
the United States of America
the United States of America
and the Constitution of
and the Constitution of
the State of California.
the State of California.
I take this obligation freely
I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion.
or purpose of evasion,
And I will faithfully discharge
and I will faithfully discharge
the duties upon
the duties upon
which I'm about to enter.
which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Moving on to oral communications, number 1. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comment on items under the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. Under the Ralph M. Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer the item to staff. Speakers under oral communications number 1 Speakers under orals are limited to either oral communications number 1 or oral communications number 2, and no longer than 1 minute per speaker. Time starts when you step up to the microphone. If presenting handout material to council, please provide 11 copies. City Clerk, do we have those who submitted the speaking cards?
Yes, Your Honor. Oliver Maruna.
It's 7:24, and we have 15 minutes.
Hi, my name's Oliver Maruna, and I represent North Torrance Little League. I'm actually speaking here. I'm amazed at what John Kaji said. I completely agree. We have 2 remarkable players coming into Los Angeles. And plus, Torrance is in a very unique position with the Japanese community that's here. We have businesses that are really excited. I would love for Torrance to reach out to us, the Little League here in North Torrance, and we can do whatever. We offer our services. We offer the kids that are excited. Anything that we can do to help get excitement, recognition for the city of Torrance. And I think this could be an economic windfall for us. Everybody here is excited. Anything that you guys recognize to help us and help Torrance would be greatly appreciated. We're willing to do an exchange program with Japan. The kids are welcome to stay with us. Please consider every option. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Lennon Maruna.
My name is Lennon Maruna, and I play for North Torrance Little League, and the turning light on 182nd Street and Crenshaw is not working, and I'm wondering when it will be completed because I've seen cars run red lights and almost crash. Baseball season is coming up, and I really want it to be completed because we're always late. Because the traffic is always disorganized and it takes forever for us to turn. Thank you.
Ashley Ford.
After Ashley will be Alyssa Maruna.
Last fall, I addressed the council as a private pilot. Today, I address you as a commercial pilot and FAA-rated flight instructor, thanks to my training at the Torrance Airport at Sling Pilot Academy.
Excuse me, Ashley, are you speaking?
On 9B.
You will have chance in 9B.
Okay.
This is on non-agenda items.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Alyssa Maruna. Bev
Okay.
Finley.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I just wanted to remind all the students of our Torrance High Schools that the design contest for our 2025 float is now underway. The original deadline to turn in their designs was supposed to be this week, but I'm extending it till the 31st of January. You can go to the website and get the information on it, and we look forward to seeing all the beautiful drawings from our wonderful students so that we can win another trophy again this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Bev. Congratulations to the team.
Lynn Robinson.
Good evening. I'm here to tell everyone that there are still tickets available to the Torrance Roseboat Association Celebration Dinner, celebrating our Princess Award-winning float, The Lyrical Call of Nature. Entertainment will be provided by the Torrance High School Jazz Band. We expect an appearance by the Tournament of Roses Rose Queen and her court, appetizers by Lisa's Bon Appetit, dinner by Lomelli's, The dinner will be at the Toyota Meeting Hall near the Armstrong Theater, Saturday, February 3rd, 5:30 to 8:30 p.m. $30 per person, and you can make a reservation on our website, torrancerosefloat.org. There will be no tickets sold at the door, so you want to go to the website, torrancerosefloat.org. Thank you.
Carol Gillis.
To all the city council and everyone in the audience, we're now going to have with the Torrance Theater Company our third show this season. It's called Intimate Apparel. Sounds like Victoria's Secret started a long time ago. The time is 1905 and the place is the Lower East Side. Sewing beautiful lingerie gives Esther, an African-American seamstress, an intimate look at the long lives of her diverse clientele. So this is a play that brings portrait of love, resilience, and the triumph of the human spirit, has become one of the most beloved plays of our time. It's at the Torrance Theater Company in downtown Torrance. Tickets are available. Go to Torrance Theater Company, all spelled out, .com. Get your tickets. They're $30 each. We look forward to having you attend.
Sarah B.
Hi, here again after 5 years of coming to demand a civilian oversight committee for the police. Torrance police officers killed Christopher DeAndre Mitchell over 5 years ago, and you still haven't done anything. Torrance police have painted swastikas on cars. They've been revealed to be texting really racist and vile things with each other. They've texted things from joking about beating Christopher's mother. They've joked about homophobic jokes. They've joked about lynching black children and making special coffins to put them in. This was over 30 officers involved in this text chat. And you may say, hey, only a few of them were texting, but the rest of them didn't report it, or they did, and your police department did nothing about it. I don't know which one's worse. And then you refuse to get your residents' feedback on a civilian oversight committee, and you make other legally erroneous, disgusting, and ignorant excuses on not making one. Make one. You care more about putting...
Thank you. Your time is up.
TJ.
Hi, Christopher DeAndre Mitchell was killed within 15 seconds of being approached by your officers. Christopher's life mattered. Create an independent civilian oversight committee. This council has done nothing to advocate for any semblance of action for the murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, but maybe I can lay out some heartbreaking facts that you can all think about, especially when it comes to your complicity of Christopher's death. And that is the fact that maternal and infant mortality rates are still rising in the U.S. among black women. It is devastating, and it is a fact. And it is your negligence regarding the death of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell that is no doubt one of the causes. Mothers in Torrance and across the globe see your inaction. All research and data points to the fact that these rising rates are only rising because of the lived experience of it being a black woman and a black mother in a perpetually racist America, and the fear of being killed or a loved one being killed.
Sir, your time is up. Next speaker.
Marianne.
These chambers are inappropriate and unsafe for the citizens of Torrance to bring their experiences of abuse to this council, and to anybody to listen to them. There's nobody here listening. It isn't safe for people to bring their complaints here, even when they have. There have certainly been no follow-up, right, and with them or with the community. Over the past 5 years, the misconduct by Torrance Police has included murder, abuse, intimidation, vandalism, and exposure of atrocious texts and emails. It is the persistence of the family and BLM being here that has provided the public exposure that has forced the accountability that actually has happened. You all have not done the only thing that you really can do, and that is create an independent civilian oversight commission. Between the scandals and the lawsuits the PD is racked up, one would think you would naturally be moved to create an independent civilian oversight commission.
Ezreal?
First, I rise, giving perfect praise to the Creator, love, true peace, freedom, and justice for all. I'm here to demonstrate, stand on the divine principle of justice. It's disheartening to see the council continuously to find ways to silence those that support Christopher, such as passing rules of decorum for council meetings. Additionally, it's important to know that Anthony Chavez has also killed Michael Lopez in 2017. Despite these people showing up for 5 years, the council has failed to create an independent civilian oversight commission. It's the least they could do, and it doesn't cost anything. George Gaskin has even made a case reopening the investigation into Christopher's killing. As a Moorish American, we walk in the footsteps of Jesus. Jesus means justice, and justice shall prevail. I come in peace, and I leave in love.
Emma R.
Good evening. I am also here to voice strong support for the establishment of an independent civilian oversight commission for the Torrance Police Department. Given the immense power the police have to permanently alter and even take the lives of our neighbors, including Christopher Mitchell, there must be transparency and accountability for the police and real systems for how to address misconduct. We are not asking for more government bureaucracy. We are asking for justice in our community and for our community. The families of those hurt and killed by police have been asking for this oversight for years. Please hear their voices and take this demand seriously. Thank you.
Amy H.
After Amy H is Vicky, just so Vicky will know she is next. After Vicky is Alvin Takamori. $7:39 is the 15 minutes.
Can you hear me? You all voted unanimously for a wall. That costs money. This is a free thing that we're asking for, an independent commission for our community to make it safer for everyone. It's not going to cost anything. Open the doors. We already have it in place. You just have to open the doors. Let civilians in. Open it up. Please make things safer for our community. Make it better. Do better. When you know better, you do better. Please, I implore you, do the commission. Thank you.
I believe that's Vicky.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Okay. I come here to echo the sentiments of the last several speakers. I am here to speak on behalf of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell and all the others who've been victims of brutality at the hands of the Torrance Police Department. Citizens deserve transparency. I am one, demanding justice for Christopher's family, and two, the establishment of an independent civilian oversight commission to provide the necessary transparency and accountability for the Torrance PD. Thank you.
Thank you. It's 7:38, so you're the last speaker, Mr. Takamori.
Hi, Mayor Chen and council members. I submitted a packet. The first couple of pages, has to do with the cell tower that you approved for 2124 Redondo Beach Boulevard. The first 2 pages are from a packet that Crown Castle submitted to the Planning Commission, and it shows the cell coverage in the area without and with that new cell tower. The next 2 pages are the same documents, but I added an orange mark indicating a cell tower that currently exists that they did not include in their analysis. And considering that it's less than half a mile away from the new location, it seems like they should have included that in their analysis. And the fact that they did not is either a serious oversight or a deliberate deception. There's a photograph of that cell tower and a sign next to it that shows it is a...
Thank you, sir. And that concludes the oral communications number 1. Moving on to the consent calendar. Do any members of the council wish to pull any items listed on the consent calendar? If not, I'll take a motion to concur with the consent calendar.
Motion to approve the consent calendar in its entirety.
Second.
Start voting, please. Mayor? Thank you. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Moving on to administrator's matters. Item 9A from the city manager. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, Your Honor. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Carl Zwiezar, Management Associate with the City Manager's Office. Item 9A is a recommendation of the City Manager that City Council review findings of a land use study for 13 city-owned properties and provide direction on potential property disposition opportunities. This evening, we have the pleasure of having our real estate consultant, Bill Lee from Land Econ Group, joining tonight. He will be available to answer any questions related to the land use study if council has those questions, as well as staff will be available for questions as well. For tonight's item, the presentation outlines as follows. We'll do a background, do another overview of what is a land use study for context, provide a land value trends in Torrance and the immediate surrounding areas that have assisted with averaging the price per square footage, as well as be able to assess the values for the 13 subject properties. Review the 13 subject properties and what the recommended strategy would be, going through the overview of the potential property disposition strategy, and then providing options for council consideration. So back in on September 12, 2023, council provided staff direction to proceed with a land use study to review 13 properties for highest and best use, but as well as for revenue generation. Property disposition could be either through a series versus such as a ground lease or a fee simple sale. The city has consulted with our real estate consultant Land Econ Group to complete the study, and they've completed the assessment. They provided a land use study report, which is as part of the report as attachment A, and essentially provided us with the report that meets council's inquiry. So for the public's awareness, what is a land use study? So the purpose of the land use study is to determine highest and best use of a property, calculate the fair market value based on current market trends, what the property would be worth for, provide council with options that would utilize the property for other uses or additional uses. If the city does decide to dispose of that property for these opportunities, we would have to declare it surplus property, in which we would have to essentially come back at a future item and make that declaration. So for the public's awareness, the city manager's office has a land management program within its portfolio. The city essentially owns 230 parcels all throughout the city. It comprises of approximately 1,030 acres of land. We have 61 active ground leases and license agreements in place currently that essentially the city has already disposed those properties for. However, our property portfolio serves a public service benefit. Some of our properties are utilized for parks, libraries, government functions, co-locations, ground leases, public right-of-way, slope controls, and also to accommodate public infrastructure. So our real estate consultant, as part of his assignment, he took a look at the current market trends of the most recent real estate sales that have occurred within the past year, looking at both Torrance and the immediate area for commercial properties that have recently been sold. The average price for land transactions within the past 12 months came out to about $100 per square foot. Average asking price as of October of last year, $125 per square foot. The properties that were analyzed to help with the assessment, one of the factors that we found, or characteristics that we found, is these properties tend to be underperforming commercial properties that buyers were interested in redeveloping either for mixed use or multifamily residential. Currently, there's a strong market for multifamily residential, as well as some component of mixed use. Using that type of analysis, we were able to essentially determine what the price point would be for each of the 13 properties, as well as what the potential revenue would be if the city was to decide to do a ground lease for these properties. So cumulatively, the asset value for the 13 parcels is around $18 to $19 million in value. If we were looking at doing an annual lease revenue generation from doing new ground leases on these sites, we're looking at it to exceed a little bit over $1 million a year. So for the next couple slides, I'll go through each parcel. There's 12 parcels in total, so we'll go through each site, looking at their total land value that has been assessed, as well as what the square footage value would be, in terms of also what is the potential annual revenue for each property, as well as the strategy that's being recommended for council consideration. So the first parcel is Hawthorne and 190th Street. This is a fairly small parcel. This parcel is being recommended for a potential cell tower co-location. The land value for this site is $875,000 with a total square foot value of $668 per square foot. Looking at a lease for a cell tower and working with the state guidelines for what would be appropriate for a cell tower lease, the consultant has recommended that we can look at a minimum of $70,000 a year for annual revenue for a ground lease for a cell tower. So for parcel number 1, as I mentioned before, this site would be recommended for a cell tower ground lease. Parcel 2 and 3, this is the 2 parcels that is comprised of the southern eastern portion of what makes up McMaster Park. Currently, the parcel currently occupies an access to a water well site, as well as our public EV charging stations. So primarily, the site is essentially driveway and parking lot. So we were looking at this as potential opportunity for other uses, whether it be for multifamily, as the neighborhood is multifamily in general. However, there's a couple obstacles with this site that would diminish the opportunity. One being is that in consultation with Public Works, we still need access to our water facility infrastructure. So that is one essentially obstacle that we are recommending that we essentially maintain. Another is that this site is dissected by existing overhead SCE utility lines, which with the existing environmental conditions does put a little damper on the price what we can charge. So what we're recommending for this site is we hold the site for now because we have to maintain those access to that pump house. And then if the overhead wires are to be removed in the future, with the Redondo Beach plant station being shut down, there may be an opportunity for SCE to reevaluate their power line needs. We can revisit this site in the future. But for now, we're recommending we hold onto the asset. Parcel number 4 is our Yukon Water Yard. This is essentially a water site, so we still have to maintain it for the water operations. However, there is an opportunity for potential cell tower co-location on site. It is backing up to Yukon Elementary, and we do have access easement to access this site using the southerly rim that's along Yukon Elementary School. Initially, one of the things I wanted to know on this site is we initially did not indicate a total land value or per square foot value for this site on the report. And it was with the misunderstanding that this site had no access, but staff has clarified that there is access to this site. So city staff does have access to the site, and if it was to be co-located for a cell tower facility, that tenant would be able to utilize the same access point. However, the total land value for this site comes out to $1.6 million, $25 per square foot. We're still utilizing that $70,000 first year annual lease revenue because that's the standard for cell tower facilities. And the only recommendation at this point, because we have to maintain water operations on site, is if feasible, to utilize a southern portion of the site for a cell tower. The issue here is that we still have those power lines that are dissecting or adjacent to the site. So when it comes to cellular communications, there may be some interruptions in the quality of service that can be provided. So it may not be the ideal location for a cellular facility, but that's something we would have to consult with potential applicants or experts. Parcel number 5 is at the corner of 182nd and Armanita. This parcel, essentially for the city, it was part of, historically, it was part of essentially when the I-405 came into construction. This is what remained from the original residential development. So we currently maintain this site. Public Works maintains it as needed to essentially make sure that the landscape is manicured to an acceptable level. Total land value for this site comes back at $875,000. We're looking at a square foot value of $350. Same thing, this is a fairly small site, but it's adjacent to the freeway, so this would be potential cell tower facility location. And like I mentioned before, the $70,000 is essentially what the state guidelines would be. One of our sites is one of the sites that we call a blocker lot, and that's essentially landlocked between adjacent properties, so there's no access to the site. So this was one where we recommend that we sell to the adjacent landowner. Essentially, this site, we came back with a value of $7,500 or $10 per square foot. And essentially, with this strategy, with just selling to the adjacent owner, we would start bids at the $7,500 mark, and essentially, well, for this one, ideally, it would just be to the property the residential property that it backs up to, or the school district. But from our aerial analysis as well as our in-person evaluation, it would make sense to sell this to essentially the adjacent residential property owner. Parcel number 7 is one of those properties that the city had acquired using Metro funds for our Crenshaw I-405 interchange project. So this used to be the former Arco gas station. And working with the consultant, the value came back at $1.92 million or $120 per square foot. If we were to do a ground lease opportunity for either freeway commercial use or transportation-oriented use, because it's tied to Metro M funds, the revenue that we're expected for the first year is $154,000. And to clarify on the Metro M funds, one of the things that staff has been working on is understanding if we were to essentially redevelop the property, what criteria needs to be followed before the city would have to reimburse Metro for all those funds for acquisition. So as long as, from our understanding with Metro, as long as the project is transit-oriented or meets one of their priority goals, we don't have to reimburse them back those funds. If we do have to reimburse, it's not just reimbursing for what they've provided to the city for the acquisition, it's present value. So essentially, it's an appreciated value from whenever they disperse the funds to the city. Parcel number 8 is the narrow strip, which is on the north side of De Alamo Boulevard between Crenshaw and Van Ness. So the city became aware that we own this narrow lot. Essentially, these property owners are encroaching into that lot. So one of the part of this land use study is to determine what the price value would be for this narrow strip. Came back to about $40,000 or $10 per square foot. The strategy for this would be to essentially sell to the adjacent owners. Because we already are aware that there's an encroachment issue, we would work with the affected neighbors to see if they're interested in purchasing. And if not, working with the LA County assessors for next steps. Parcel number 9 is similar situation. We essentially have a lot that's in between two single-family residential properties. This site is essentially non-conforming to the current code, but it's legal non-conforming. So in speaking with planning division staff, this potentially could be a standalone single-family residence, but it would require a waiver because it wouldn't be able to comply with certain single-family residential standards like the two-car parking. So it's a very tight lot. It's very narrow to the point where it probably makes most sense to either sell to either side of the adjacency property owners so that they can enlarge their property and potentially become code compliant. A lot of these properties don't have that two-car garage requirement, so that extra wiggle room or land would be helpful. And staff has received inquiries in the past regarding this parcel. So the total land value for this would be $37,000 or $15 per square foot. Like I mentioned before with other sites, what we would do is we essentially would set the minimum starting bid at that point and then see if the bids go higher for additional revenue. Parcel number 10 is the southwest corner of Santa Fe and Andrio. This is currently being used as a public parking lot for Torrance Park. It's a fairly large parcel that potentially could be used for multifamily development. The value came back at $3.27 million or $150 per square foot. If we were to do a ground lease opportunity, essentially the annual ground lease revenue would be $260,000 a year, of course with CPI being built in. But this strategy is being recommended either for a fee simple sell or lease for multifamily development. Parcel 11A, this is part of another water site. The total land value for the cell phone parcel came back at $1.44 million for the industrial, if it was to be used for industrial uses, or $875,000 for the cell tower use. So depending on the type of use or the disposition strategy, whether we would dispose the property for potential co-location, because we still have to maintain the site for water operations, and there's plans to work with MWD on a potential water project in the future. But if the remaining area that's not needed could be a co-located cell tower, we're looking at a first year lease value or revenue of $70,000 for a cell tower, or if it's an industrial development, it goes a little bit above $115,000 a year. So this is part of two different parcels. There is essentially a street that basically dissects it, or the balance of the site is a street. So one option we would have to do is abandon the street to make it part of the parcel, so we can enlarge the parcel to allow for larger development if needed. So that's why we kind of split the two, the actual parcel and then the street into two different parcels, so that there's additional options or flexibility. But like I mentioned, this is a water site, so there are a portion of the property that we would have to maintain for water operations. This next site is similar to the Crenshaw property. This is PCH between Hawthorne and Nice. This was acquired using Metro M funds, and similar, like if we were to redevelop the property or dispose of the property, as long as it's a transit-oriented use or a priority concept that's acceptable to Metro, we don't have to reimburse those funds. But the consultant has recommended a ground lease opportunity for commercial, as it is located in the Hawthorne Boulevard Corridor Specific Plan PCH Subdistrict. The land value for the site is $3.78 million or $125 per square foot. The projected first year annual revenue comes back to about $300,000. And like I mentioned, the strategy for this would be commercial use ground lease. Lastly, our 13th parcel is Rolling Hills Road in Las Conchas. Currently, the portion of the parcel provides an access road to the Las Conchas tennis facility. But looking at the size of the parcel, as well as the opportunity for redevelopment or some type of disposition, the land value came back at $4.89 million or $105 per square foot. And the recommendation for this site is fee simple sell for residential. The ground lease option was not recommended just due to the topography of the site with the slopes. If we were to maintain it as a ground lease, it does maintain that liability on the city if there's any type of risk with slope control. So transferring it completely to another owner takes away that responsibility for the city, or another option would be to essentially retain and keep as is. Part of the disposition would be to ensure that if we were to get into or essentially transfer ownership of that site, that they maintain the site access to the conscious tenants facility. This just provides an overview for the public as well as for council of our disposition strategy. So we went through each one. But what I mentioned too earlier is any disposition of city-owned property has to go through a declaration of surplus land. And another component of that is the California Surplus Land Act. So the California Surplus Land Act essentially was designed to essentially address affordability housing issues. Essentially provides a process that if a city or a government agency was declared surplus land, there's a process of noticing and a process of negotiation that must be fulfilled to allow for an affordable housing developer to bid on the property. Doesn't necessarily mean that the city is required to take that bid, but we have to do good faith negotiations in order to fulfill the requirements. Each year, the state legislature makes the law a little bit more rigorous. This past year, there has been some amendments to the law that allows for some flexibility or adds additional criteria for exemptions that would exempt these properties from having to go through this process. Based on the size and the locations of these 13 sites, staff believes that these sites are exempt from the Surplus Land Act, but we will work with our city attorney's office to confirm if council does decide to proceed with the strategies. So we have three options for council tonight. Option number one is accept and file, no further action taken. Option two is direct staff to proceed with the property disposition strategy as recommended by the consultant for the 13 properties. Or option number three is direct staff to proceed with the property disposition strategy for the 13 sites, but under your alternative approach. That's it for item 9A. Staff and our consultant are available for any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the council? I see Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you, City Manager, and your staff for completing this assignment for these 13 parcels. I think it'd be important for the public to understand the background which led up to this survey of the first 13 parcels. As many of you know, the city has been emerging from the impacts of COVID and also the financial challenges that brought, plus other impacts on the city's budget. Many of you may know that our commitment to our employees, which includes our commitment to providing them with pension, their pension through CalPERS, is now at $600 million and growing. In order for this city to ensure that our employees receive their pensions when they retire, it is the hope of myself personally, but also for my colleagues, to see that this city fully funds its pension. Now, in addition to that, many of you are also aware that the state of California has imposed certain housing requirements on every city in California, including the city of Torrance. Our city is required to produce close to 5,000 units, the majority of that being affordable housing units. How we meet those requirements requires land, and how we go about planning to accommodate new residents and also meeting these state mandated requirements while also balancing our budget it's challenging for everyone here on the dais, all of our staff, and all of you residents. So as part of this effort, we're going to look at every asset that sits on our balance sheet. And this is our first step. If we can create either a new stream of revenue, which will help us to balance our budget. Also, if we can capitalize on the value of this real estate to meet some of our other housing needs or other social needs, that is the policy behind this effort. So with that, I thank the staff for this, and I'd like to suggest that the the council consider option number 2, which is to proceed with a property disposition strategy for the 13 properties per the consultant's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Kaji. Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor. I too am inclined to go with option 2. But I did have a couple of specific questions on a couple of the properties, if staff would hear me out. On parcel 10, that lot is currently used as a parking lot for Torrance Park. Is there other parking available, and would the loss of this parking be a detriment to the use of this park?
So one of the options that we have considered is, I believe it's Santa Fe, that's on the north side, it's pretty wide, so there's an opportunity to do angled parking to be able to replace some of the lost parking in that in this lot. But you know, we can always look at opportunities to either include new parking lot spaces at the park itself, or look at alternatives for street parking that's available now. So doing angle parking wouldn't completely replace the parking lot in terms of the number of parking stalls that could be essentially added onto the street. But that's something that we would have to take a look, work with community services, understanding the current demand. We're not sure if, I can't confirm whether this lot is fully utilized to its full capacity.
That was one of my questions, is what is the actual utilization today of that for a parking lot related to the park?
I will refer that to our Community Services Director.
Good evening, John Laurent, Community Services Director. Thank you, Councilmember Griffiths. The main parking lot for Torrance Park is actually on the north side of the park at Arlington Avenue. And that typically is sufficient to support the major user of Torrance Park, which is Torrance Little League at Kendall Field. We have not had occasion where we had significant overflow into the west lot that is proposed for this reuse. So at this time, in consultation with land management staff, we felt it was appropriate to consider this property for different use.
Great, I think it's good to know, thank you. The other questions I had is in relation to property 12. That was a metro property. Your recommendation for commercial use, doesn't that have a restriction though that it has to be transit related? If we were to maintain it, or otherwise we would have to purchase that at current value from Metro?
So there's different strategies that we can incorporate or condition if it was to go into a ground lease. So there is that push for electrified infrastructure for EV cars. So one option we're looking at is, you know, we do require a certain number of EV parking stalls per California building code. But with a ground lease, the city has more flexibility to add conditions for maybe additional infrastructure to be in place. So if this potentially could be an EV site, or a component of that in terms of parking can include fast charging, that would meet that priority criteria.
Okay, great, thank you. And then lastly on parcel 13, according to the diagram, there's an access road that leads up to Las Conchas that's in that lot. If that lot was repurposed, what would happen to access to Las Conchas?
So land management would condition that essentially the existing street essentially be maintained. So the disposition wouldn't include that street to be able to maintain access to the Las Conchas tennis facility.
Great, thank you for clarifying all that for me.
Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Vizar, for your presentation. Lots of parcels are recommended for cell towers. I was wondering what's the logic behind it? Is that we have a lot of demand for cell towers, or?
The logic behind that is that there's a growing demand for additional cell tower facilities. And coming from a planning background, one of the issues that we've noticed is, or the concerns from the community is new cell towers going into residential communities. So by it going into a city parcel that's separated from residential uses, we're able to provide that infrastructure need. That's essentially a growing demand on city property, so that's not essentially in the front yards of people's homes, However, it generates revenue to where we can supplement and not have to meet the demands of the general fund. So for example, one of our cell tower facilities is T-Mobile, and they operate a cell tower at Sierra Golf Course. So it's a golf course facility. It is around residential, but where it's placed in relation to residential is pretty far distance. It provides cell phone coverage to the surrounding area, but provides us with monthly revenue. That revenue, actually, council has allocated that revenue to go specifically to the Sierra Golf Course so that improvements can be made over time. And Community Services has done quite a bit of capital improvements at Sierra Golf Course that comes from the revenue generated from this co-location rather than having to rely on the general fund. So that's kind of one of the key takeaways of doing these cellular co-locations is this can provide that needed revenue fund to maintain our facilities without having to exhaust the general fund.
Thank you, Mr. Wizar. Also, you said that most of the properties, they are not close proximity with the residential area.
So the ones that we're recommending for co-location, some of them are like for the Yukon Water Yard site and the Emanita. Emanita is across the street from two single-family residents, but it is adjacent to the the I-405. So when looking at a demand requirement or demand spectrum of what our cellular companies are looking for, they're looking for areas that will meet the high demand. So a lot of that interstate commerce through the I-405 freeway, that's a really great location for cellular towers because it's able to capture all this, the customers are driving through Torrance. Doesn't necessarily mean that if we proceed with this strategy that it's a for sure thing that it'll be a cell tower, because ultimately it's going to be up to the phone companies to decide whether these sites are viable for them. Each carrier has different essentially metrics, or they have different criteria for what they're looking for. And some of these sites, like the Yukon Water Yard site, because it is intersected by overhead electrical wires, right, SCE, one of the obstacles may be that it may not be a viable site because of the potential interference between the power lines and the cellular frequency that's being generated from the site. It may not be optimal to provide service in that area.
Thank you for clarifying. In fact, that was my follow-up question. If we decide to go with cell tower, hypothetically, then we don't have to dispose of these properties. We still can keep those and lease to the tower companies.
It's still disposition because the city's not fully utilizing the site for government or public use. So it's co-location, so a portion of the site is still being disposed of. So that still needs to be declared as surplus. However, these sites are so small that they are going to be exempt from California Surplus Land Act requirements, because ideally these sites are not going to be viable for any type of residential use. So that's why for these smaller sites, the cell tower scenario is being recommended. Our sign code right now doesn't allow for any type of freeway signage, which is why we're not recommending it, because that would involve a policy change from council. We're only making recommendations that currently our policy would support. If council wants to reconsider updating the sign code along freeways, there may be that opportunity to look at electronic signage.
Carlos, I'm going to let Assistant City Manager Danny Santana jump in for a moment.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilman Sheikh, in addition to Mr. Wizar's explanation, that is correct. If it is for cell tower, if council directed lease only, that would be the only thing that staff would put out an RFI for, or request for interest or proposals from the companies.
Okay.
And if I may add, we also have a sign ordinance coming back for council consideration, which may alter the potential uses. Thank you.
Thank you all for clarification. If we lease those rather than disposition, I mean, for me, disposition, I'm not, broker or anybody, just to understand. Disposition mean we're going to sell the property. That's what I think. But you're just clarifying that disposition for these may be the leasing and not disposition or selling those properties.
That's correct.
In your opinion, or in your expert opinion, would that be feasible for us not to sell these property or lease those? I think in the future we'll have opportunities to generate more revenue than just selling those properties.
So historically, the city has always recommended ground lease opportunities because it'll provide the continuous revenue stream for years to come. I think in certain scenarios, like the Las Conchas and Rolling Hills Road property, where we would recommend a fee simple sell just because of the topography and the liability that it would still place on the city, because right now it's currently has a pretty steep slope, so there would be some type of quite of extensive grading that would be required in order to accommodate a residential property use. So that one is being recommended just because of the liability and risk that the city would maintain if we still own the property. However, it doesn't necessarily mean that council needs to go with a fee simple sell. If council wants to proceed with a ground lease opportunity for that site, that essentially is your option that you can go forward with.
Right, we have a lot of leases in the city, and we do have insurance to carry to kind of prevent us or, kind of secure us for those kind of liabilities. I think, excuse me.
And then council member, just to also kind of further elaborate. So with the fee simple sell, obviously we get a larger amount upfront at one time, right? With a ground lease opportunity, generally how we will try to determine the fair market value for ground lease is essentially taking essentially the fair market value of the site, and then with a 7.5 return. So that's where we get the monthly as well as the annual figure is 7.5%.
Councilman Sheikh, Danny Santana again from the City Manager's Office. If I could also add, of the 13 parcels, I believe it's only 4 or 5 that are recommended for sale, and it's only in the instances where it's immediately adjacent to, in some instances,
non-residential.
Adjacent to residential uses, adjacent to the parcels that would likely be best suited to have as a part of their property, some of which already have it fenced in, and this would be a step to allow to correct it. If council's direction were to proceed with lease-only options, that can certainly happen. It's just, it does not increase the likely positive resolution, as an adjacent property owner that is currently encroaching may not be interested in doing a long-term lease. They would likely be motivated by resolving the matter once and for all.
Wow. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, Councilman Sheikh, I think there's been council items in the past that's come up. There are instances, there's a little piece of land right next to a residence, and we just turn the title over. So here is, we have certain cases where the city's saying here, the ones on Delano Boulevard, that back strip, there's nothing we can do. So if we can get something out of it.
Sure, I mean, that makes sense. For all those subject properties are different, and that makes sense which one we should keep and which one we should not. Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Thank you.
Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, thank you for the presentation and the research. I too concur with Kaji's assessment to go with option number 2. And I fully understand those little strips of land to where we can't really hardly do anything with them. I think selling them to the adjacent property owners would be good. I was surprised some of the property values, $10 a square foot, seem a little low, but I understand. It's almost, I guess it's useless to us, but it's very useful for somebody that wants to expand their backyards or side yards, or possibly eventually build a garage for some of these. Number 13 is the only one that really stood out. Everything else I agree with. Number 13, parcel number 13, it's on a pretty steep slope. Have we had any interest in the past by the developers? Because I know building on a hillside like that is not very easy.
Honorable Chairman, City Manager, Councilman, in the past, we worked with the broker, exploring some options. This is owned by the water department, so there are some financial constraints. The revenue has to go back to the water fund. The price has significantly increased from the few years back when we looked at this site, but we never ended up going to market since some of the limitations. And we were contemplating the long-term ground lease. It really didn't add up, so we tabled it. But this would be a renewed effort to talk to the since there's high demand. Number one demand right now is residential, and there's an existing units next adjacent to this property.
Yeah, I saw that. Now, is there, so this money would actually go, is this the only property that would actually go to the enterprise funds, or?
There's several.
Several?
There are several, Councilman Matucci. In addition to the two metro locations, we can quickly go through the last slide. So 2 and 3.
2, 3, and 4.
4.
And 11.
11A and B.
So, 4 parcels?
Yeah, in addition to 13.
In addition, okay, so
And
5
then,
total.
number 12 and 7 are metro-related funding.
Metro.
Now, the city is the owner of those properties. We just have an agreement that would necessitate us either using it for transportation-related purposes or providing compensation to Metro to put back into the funding pools at current valuations.
Okay, so I would imagine the sooner it gets done, the better. Because, I mean, having that vacant, it's gonna keep on driving the price up. Now, if we were to, let's say as a city, purchase it, are we allowed to, purchase at the whatever appraised value? Are we allowed to then sell it to the public? Because I don't think we wanna be in the business of building stuff.
Councilman Matucci, it would be subject to the Surplus Land Act requirements, but yes, it is possible. We would just have to go through the necessary steps to either declare it exempt, or if it does not qualify for being exempt from surplus, going through the Surplus Land Act surplus process.
And that applies also to commercial property, right?
It does.
It does. There's a new state legislation that went into effect that with these particular parcels that we do qualify, anything that's less than 2 acres, anything that's within a circulation plan or a high transit corridor like Hawthorne or PCH would qualify for that exemption.
Okay. Because, I mean, obviously once we, I guess, get it from Metro, buy it from Metro, sell it back, or do a land lease, whatever we want to do with it, I mean, eventually it's going to get reassessed, so that there's always going to be a revenue stream, regardless whether we sell it or land lease.
Adding new units will bring more property tax.
Yeah,
and
more property
additional
tax, and of
shopping.
course, we need to attempt to meet those numbers. So, I think it was mentioned here, is that we really don't have, we're a big city, but we just don't have that many open spaces that we can just build stuff on, so. And I know, for the public, I know that it's not our first intention to just take properties and sell them, but there are some cases where they're just a few feet wide and you can't really do much with it, so I hope the public understands that that's why they were considering selling those. So anyways, I'm good. I'm good with number 2. Thank you.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. Just 2 quick questions. Could you define transit-related? What does that mean? What can be built on that, or what can that be used for?
So in our research and discussion with Metro, what they define as transit focus is essentially could be a transit-oriented development. So it could be a mixed-use development that is along essentially a high quality transit corridor like PCH and Hawthorne, or if it provides infrastructure like EV charging. That's one of their priorities to essentially reduce carbon emissions in the area. So as long as the project embeds their priorities into the project, it would be considered transportation oriented. And essentially, from our understanding, it would qualify where we don't have to essentially reimburse them with the appreciated value of the site.
Thank you, and thank you for all your work on this. On option number 2, any sale of the property or development of the property would have to come back to council anyway, is that correct?
That is correct. So any disposition, whether it's a ground lease or a fee simple sale, will have to come back to your honorable body for formal approval.
Then could you help me understand what's the real difference between 2 and 3 then, as far as options?
So if council wanted to go a different direction on any of these properties, whether maybe retaining some of them rather than proceed with disposition, that would be the difference. It would be changing the consultant's recommendation and going with the council's alternative approach.
Councilwoman Kalani, Danny Santana, City Manager's Office.
Thank you.
One distinction, for example, is the consultant and staff are recommending a combination of some hold, some sell, some lease. Council may direct staff, lease them all, don't sell any, or sell them all. So that is the distinction between 2 and 3. Council, we wanted to reserve, of course, the option for council to direct staff in what altered fashion you may prefer over staff and consultant's recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
All right, anyone else from the council? Click in before I go to the public. Okay. Do any members of the public wish to speak on this topic? You have 2 minutes. No, mistake, 1 minute.
No way. You said 2 minutes and it's 2 minutes. All right. I don't know why is it back here because Mr. Housier did a great job before on this one. But I'm shocked. I'm shocked we have this here. And Mr. Koji said this is for generating $600 million for the welfare of our city employees. So how are you going to do this with these 13 items? How are you going to do it? 600 million. And then the biggest item for $5 million, this hillside. Well, I was in the construction business, and I know that that's the most expensive place to build anything. And dealing with you and your planning department, give me a break. And you want to get $5 million for this slope? I throw $100, somebody sells this.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Your time is up. I corrected myself. It's 1 minute. Anybody else wants to speak on this item?
James Henry, I have a couple of questions. Is property 12 city-owned property, or is it going to be acquired? I was told previously that the city is not going to acquire any property. Can you answer that question?
Your Honor, the property is owned by the city. The city used Metro funds to help acquire it and allow for the project to be developed, the intersection project to be developed.
I have a question about the cell towers. Like Councilman Sheikh said, there are quite a few in numbers on these lots. And I was wondering, does the city have any control of how big? Because some of them are very big and ugly. So I would like to know what control you have over the cell phone towers.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. In addition to its traditional discretionary oversight from a permitting standpoint, as the landowner, the City Council would have a greater authority to dictate design, heights, placements, intensity of any proposed structure within a city-owned land, because you are also the landowner in addition to the permitting entity.
And with respect to cosmetics, I think there's a little bit of physics involved in what the size of the antenna, depending on the wavelengths. So that's very technical discussion. That's why a lot of cell tower providers try to, put makeup around it, I'll call it, so that it doesn't look as ugly. But that's pure physics. You go higher frequency. That's what happens.
Mayor, can I ask a question to Mr. Dana? If we sell this property that we don't have any control, then whoever purchased, they can build a cell tower without our without the direction from us, the height and stuff like that, correct?
Councilman Sheikh, if that is council's direction to sell, that would be correct. You would no longer preserve that ability.
Thank
But in staff's recommendation, identified for prospective cell tower consideration, none are recommended for sale. They're recommended for lease.
Perfect, thank you.
Anyone else from the public wish to speak?
Hello. I've been watching from home. However, the TVs that I had were small, so I didn't get to see the actual pictures of the lots and everything. And I just wanted to make a suggestion, if not for this, but maybe for other parcels. But we are a pro-military town. We have our parades, we have our banners that we put up, and our memorial walls and all that. Why not get in touch with Tunnel to Towers and work out something for their do-good villages, for the homeless and injured vets? You know, make a place for them. Let them be here. I think it would be a good idea. I don't know if those parcels will do, but maybe there's something else. But I kind of think that would be a great thing to do since we are a pro-military town.
Thank you. Anyone else who wishes to speak on this item? If not, how does the council wish to proceed? I actually think the staff's recommendation is very good. I know that there are recommendations for cell towers, but that's just a recommendation based on the size, and not sure if somebody wants to live under electrical wires or next to a big water tank. But I think the Councilman Kaji, you clicked in. You want to comment? Or you want to make a motion?
Make a motion. I'd like to move that the council approve option number 2 to proceed with the property disposition strategy as recommended by the consultant.
I'll second that.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
I want to thank the city staff for doing that exhaustive analysis, and looks like you have another one you're about to go on. Item 9B from the city manager. Is there a staff presentation? Oh, Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor. I was one of the ones who gave concurrence to bring this item back to council, but at this time I would like to make a motion that we continue this matter until such time, if and when there is a future concurrence from council, to bring this item back before council at a future date. Since we have so many things going on right now with the airport, I think it's inappropriate to have this discussion at this time. Yeah, it's a motion. It can take a second and a vote according to the city attorney. It's a motion to continue the matter until such time in the future as we have concurrence from council to bring it back, if and when.
I would second that.
I think that was a concurrence, so you need 4 thumbs up, right? Am I correct? I just want to check.
Actually, it was a motion as per instruction I was given by city attorney.
Yeah, I'm not expressing an opinion on whether the motion, but it is a motion. It's not a concurrence to bring back. His motion, as I understand it, is to continue this until the council at a future date requests concurrence to bring it back. So it's like it's a continuance to a date uncertain, is my understanding of the councilman's motion.
Requiring concurrence again from the council to actually bring it back.
Correct. That's how the motion in the second is.
Thank you.
Okay.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion fails with council members Kaji, Matucci, sorry, let me look on here. Kaji, Matucci, Sheikh, and Mayor Chen voting no.
All right. just share with the public. The reason I feel no was because this has been agendized, and we have a lot of public who wants to share their comments. I'd like to hear it, and we'll go from there. City staff.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mayor, members of the City Council, Carl Weezer, Again Management Associate, City Manager's Office, item 9B. In response to an oral request by Councilmember John Kaji with City Council concurrence, it is a recommendation of the City Manager that City Council discuss and provide direction on options for a potential land use study for the Torrance Municipal Airport Zamborini Field. This is in connection with the private item, essentially where on October 17, 2023, the concurrence was given to expand the land use study to include the airport. However, in consultation with our consultant, because of the complexity of the matter regarding the airport, where we're going to have to analyze our ground leases as well as look at the market trends of what opportunities may be available if the airport was to be redeveloped, the consultant has recommended that this be a separate land use study. So the consultation came back, or the quote came back at $60,000, but staff is recommending a contingency of $40,000 just to be able to cover unexpected expenses. As we're researching and completing the assessment, there may be need for additional studies to be completed before we're able to come back to council with a full report. If the council does direct staff to proceed with the land use study, this report will be completed within 4 to 5 months from assignment initiation. But there are 3 options available for council tonight. Essentially, option number 1 would be to appropriate $100,000 to the city manager's fiscal year 2023-24 general fund operating budget to complete the land use study for the Torrance Municipal Airport under the consultant provided scope of work and fixed price assignment with a contingency not to exceed amount for $100,000. Or option number 2 is appropriate a requested amount of the budget to the city manager's fiscal year 2023-24 general fund operating budget, and then direct staff to complete a land use study under council's modified scope of work. Or 3, accept file, no land use study would be completed for the Torrance Airport. Staff's available for any questions.
Thank you. Looks like Councilman Kadri clicked in, so I will call upon you.
Thank you, Your Honor, and good evening to everyone here. My guess is that many of you are here tonight for this particular item. It's been interesting. I've had an interesting weekend. I've been receiving a number of emails and phone calls and people knocking on my door, including my neighbors, asking me a variety of questions. These questions have ranged from, Councilman, is it true that you want to shut down the airport? Councilman, are you planning to build housing on the airport? Is it true that you want to build 50,000 units, 10,000, or was it 25,000? Is it fact that this city is planning to just jump in and make a park out of the airport? There's been a wide range of chatter on a number of Facebook websites and you name it. Well, for tonight, I showed up with my magic wand. I brought my magic wand because if I did have the power, if I did have the authority to actually go and just move my wand over the airport and say, voila, you are now housing, that would be something. But that isn't how it works here in the city of Torrance. When I first brought this item up, and once again I made a statement about the land use plan, this city controls over 1,000 acres of land. As stewards representing all of you residents, it only makes sense that in order to address our various challenges, financial challenges, the pension fund obligation and the like, that we consider every potential asset that we have. If it's being underutilized, if it's being non-utilized, why is that? And so I think for the first time, our city, faced with a challenge, now must consider other options. It is now time for us to think outside the box because we've been inside the box and unable to find our way out. So the idea behind this is not to presume that there's already an outcome that's been predetermined by anyone on the council, including myself. what is our challenge now is to hear from our residents. Because as this community over 100+ years has changed from a farm-based economy to an industrial-based economy and an oil-based economy, we're now looking ahead at what the next 50 to 100 years will mean for us, for our children, and for our grandchildren. But in order to understand what is over the horizon is going to require input from everyone here. And I mean that, everyone here, because everyone in the city of Torrance has an opinion. And that's very clear. And by your presence tonight, I think it's great. But this is just the starting point for all of us. But that's why I believe that since our city's most valuable asset is the land, I think it's been the history of this country that fortunes have been derived from the land. The fortunes and the history of this country has always been based on land and how we utilize it. Either we utilize it correctly or we pollute it and we destroy it. But what is our challenge next is to determine what might be our pathway out of our current predicament and into a different day. So with that, I'm looking forward to all input, all public discussion on this point, but I'm telling you this, I leave this at home in my kid's toy box because it doesn't work. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to all of the staff for presenting this. Again, a lot of work has gone into this, but for me, I will be voting to table this for now. In lieu of this expense, 100,000, maybe more, I propose that the staff assist us in creating a 10-year vision plan committee of some kind to look at the airport and how it can continue to enhance our city. I believe it's a gem in our city, and I support the use of or the development of a vision plan, a committee that's comprised of both airport users and residents, but that is facilitated by an independent party to bring back recommendations to the city on the airport's best use. And I really would like to see, I don't know if I can ask concurrence for something like that now or later after the vote, but I would like to see a vision plan in place for the airport to continue to be a member of our community. Thank you.
Councilman Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I moved to Torrance in 1983. Bought my house in 1985 within eyesight of the airport tower. And that's where I live today. The airport, in my opinion, has always been an asset. And I know some people may not believe that based on some of the positions I've taken recently. But I do view that the airport's an asset. Unfortunately, in my opinion, the use of the airport has become unbalanced. And it's not a situation that I'm comfortable with, and that's why I feel it's inappropriate to discuss other changes to the airport at this time until we resolve the possibility of trying to bring the airport back in balance with all the many different motions that this council's already made that have yet to be implemented. And so until that happens, I think we owe it to the people to give the airport the chance to see if we can bring it back into the balance that I think our community appreciates, that I certainly appreciate. And if we're able to do that, then I'd say we need to keep our airport as a significant asset that I believe it is and always have believed that it is. And that's why I made the motion that I did at the beginning. I really didn't want to waste a whole lot of everybody's time here to discuss this. I made the vote on concurrence on this item when it was brought up for concurrence only because of my upset with the current state of the airport. And I viewed, and probably stupidly on my part, to say, well, maybe closing the airport is an option. And really, it's not. It's not an option as long as we have other methods that we can consider, and we are considering, to see if we can bring that airport back into balance between our residents, our city, and the needs of those who use the airport. And so until that time, I would be against doing spending $100,000 of taxpayer money to do a land use study at this time. Thank you.
Councilman Shake.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for the community members for sending lots of emails and questions and calls. I'm just going to read some of the statements. I'm not going to give the last name, but the first name and the people who made these comments, for me, they're very pertinent to what we're going to discuss today. From Gavin. Torrance has an airport. This is unobtainable by everyone else at this point. You will not see another municipal airport built in our lifetime. Torrance Airport has tremendous historic significance and sets the South Bay apart from most areas on the West Coast by Arnie. Torrance Airport is what sets Torrance apart from the other 14 South Bay cities. It is irreplaceable. And there are a lot more valuable comments. Every single one is very important, very valuable comment. And this is a gem. This is a very important asset for our community, for our city. Talking about pension liability, have we ever was out of pension liability? Have we ever will be out of pension liability? I don't know the answer. But the point I'm trying to make across, this is a very valuable asset to our city, and I will, like one of the guys said here, this is irreplaceable. I will never vote to close airport in our city, as long as I'm a council person. Thank you.
Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I love the airport. There's no doubt. It's a beautiful place to visit. I don't fly those little things, but I do, however, believe that we need information. We need to make educated decisions. And without information, I know we're knee-jerk. Our knee-jerk reaction is to say, no, we're not going to do anything with the airport. Well, this land use study is not necessarily to shut it down. It's to maybe improve what we have there. The price tag is a little high, and I also don't think that this is going to be done in a couple of weeks. I would imagine this land use study could possibly take a year and a half. I mean, I know that a lot of times the consultants say, oh yeah, we'll have a report to you in 90 days, but that's usually doesn't happen. Can somebody fill me in on the time frame?
Council member, the quoted time that we were given is 4 to 5 months.
Yeah, and I don't necessarily believe that. I think it's probably going to take a lot longer than that. But having said that, I really do believe that the land use study is to really try to look into and maximize every little aspect of what the city of Torrance does. And who knows? They may come back and say, no, it's a valuable asset, it's a great, but we can improve this, and that. I would imagine that's the scope of the outlook that we're looking on in this report. This land use study is not about whether we can, we're not voting whether we're going to shut it down or keep it open, or unless I'm misunderstanding what this whole.
Councilman, it'll take into account existing commitments and ground leases. It'll take into account present value and future value. Take into consideration current operations versus all the possibilities for highest and best use. At some point, there will be policy implications about the airport operations. So that'll be one of the considerations for council to deliberate when the report does come back.
Yeah, and I think, we said it earlier, there's over $600 million in unfunded pension liability if we calculate the $350 million bond and the refinance, I guess we'll call it a refinance of CalPERS funds. That's going to be coming due. I mean, all this stuff is just going to add up. And I just don't really see a path to paying any of these bills in the future unless we make some drastic changes. And I'm not saying, don't anybody freak out, I'm not saying we need to close down the airport, but we need to study each and every parcel that we own, each and every asset that could possibly help us dig us out of a hole without having to put yet another tax measure on the ballot just so that we can survive and breathe for a few more years. And I don't think having information in front of us is the wrong thing to do. I think it's the right thing to do. We need more information, and I know the price tag's a little high, but it can give us really a lot of insight as to what value the airport is to the community, and also, maybe what the future plans may be. And we could still vote no on any of the recommendations, but having that information in front of us, I think, is vital for any decisions that we make. It's all about information. We can still vote no, but let's get the information. The price tag's high. I say that we move forward with a study, bring back the study, see what it says, and then we'll take it from there. But that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Actually, the price tag is actually $60,000. Staff added $40,000, just cushion, right? So just want to make sure that's understood. Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. As I've met with members of the community and pilot community and read through the agenda items associated with this a couple of times, there were a couple of things that came to me. In listening to the community feedback and talking to several people over the phone, I just want to say the way that we put this out here on what our intent is maybe was not the best way forward, because if I'm working at the airport or I have a family member who's working at the airport, I'm now going to go, oh my gosh, are they going to shut down the airport, and then I'm going to lose my job and the ability to care for the family. That was not the intent. I've also watched the community kind of skewer one of our council members because they happen to be a real estate developer, and then automatically made the assumption that the same real estate developer wants to build houses. That also was not a consideration. It was a comparison that it made from the last airport, which was at Hughes, and now the planned community of Playa del Rey is in that airport space. To my knowledge, unless any of you want to correct me right now, that was never a conversation that was ever brought into play. The airport is an asset. It's got historical relevance. It has use for today, and the airport, as long as I'm here, will remain open as a general aviation airport. With that said, I also know that there is some value to a land use study, but I think with all of the things that we have concurrently going on with the airport, and you can see some of the cases that we cannot talk about because they're closed session cases, I think adding a land use study at this period it's probably not necessary. So I do agree with Councilmember Griffiths. I think we should let all of the other things settle out first, and then if we come back and decide, yes, it's necessary, then we can proceed, because what we don't quite know yet is maybe uses of the land will come up through one of the other ongoing things that we have going on with the airport right now. So we could get double at some place. We're going to pay for a study, and then due to some filings, they might order us to do it anyway. So I just want to put it on hold. It's not a bad idea. I think that any land use study is a smart development and a strategic plan technique for the city of Torrance, but I just don't think now is the right time. And I would really like to, if we were to put this on pause until we can get through some of the other issues that we're having at the airport, I think Councilwoman Kalani had a beautiful mission perhaps for the Airport Commission to start looking on what a 10-year vision plan looks like and bring that forward. I guess I'm sorry, Danny, I'm getting ready to put us in trouble, but bring it forward to the Strategic Plan Committee and be it part of the plan and put it into those terms right now. But the airport is an asset. I don't think anyone argues that. It's got historical relevance. We do need to balance some of the saturation, and I think that was the intent. But what we don't want to do is get out with all the misinformation that if we shut it down, it's going to revert back to the government, or if we shut it down, we're going to build housing on it. We need to get through getting it back to balanced, and I think it will remain an airport. And that's what I have to say about the land use study.
All right, I don't see any other council member click in, so I'll take the opportunity to share some thoughts on this. Hopefully it's not a surprise on what I will say. I think I'm glad that Councilman Kaji had an opening introduction that set the table with the discussion, and I wanted to have this discussion tonight. I want to hear from people here. I didn't want to, people come in and they have ideas and thoughts and then just kind of go away, because staff gave us 3 options. If we actually read the packet, making a decision, and option 3 was actually accept and file and and just move on. So the option was always there, but I want to have a discussion because, since July 25th and now, and if you watch each of the meetings I participated in and voted, I've been on the minority in most of the cases, and after seeing all the votes I got in, I believe that our body as a whole, this is my belief, personal belief, that we've been very heavy-handed in a lot of decisions we've made. We really need to, be more objective and not, get subjective just because some members are very loud, and because each of us made a commitment, we're going to serve the city at large, not just one district at a time. We're looking what's good for the whole city. And there are some decisions we made, we haven't even allowed it to be implemented to see if it makes a difference. In my colleague's word, bring it back to balance. And so we just made decision after decision after decision. And it's no surprise that many of you see that there's a lot of litigation going on, and there's an argument, and we're making up information that's not even true and just making the whole community in an uproar. So I think we all need to take a deep breath. And what I would, because in this study, I would have wished that, a lot of people know when I first got elected as a councilman, when I got a tour of this Torrance airport, I said, why don't we do a Proud Bird South and really, make this a 21st century Proud Bird South with flight simulators so that young kids could go there and really believe that, they're maverick and start, having some fun. Adults can go there having food and drinks and, really beef up the Western Museum of Flight with maybe some updated, higher tech airplanes so that people really go there and ooh and ah. And maybe, if there's a Proud Bird South, they will also have, what a lot of people do, get the kids interested in technology, STEM, so they understand when we talk about 5G and cell phone towers, so it's not like, oh, we're all scared of it. But I think some of the land use study could even include something. What else can we do? So, I think, we talk about, we're going to talk about another item, which I won't talk about right now, but I think what I'm really looking for is, as we proceed in the next part, we're going to go to community, is at the end of the day, I don't believe we're going to regulate ourselves out of the situation, because we'll always be, the horse chasing the tail. And I think it really needs a concerted effort. We may have tried it before, but I'm really looking for you folks out there. I'm looking at the flight school community. I'm looking at the pilot associations. I'm looking at the businesses that's on there. I'm looking at the residents. We need a serious series of workshops, including the city staff, to really have a knockdown, drag-down argument among each other in a respectful manner. What is the balance? What are we all willing to commit to so we could live together peacefully with some balance, right? And really, and stick it out, and not just one shot and go, and really be committed to it. I don't anticipate we're going to regulate ourselves out of this situation. I don't anticipate we're going to litigate ourselves into a peaceful solution. Now, with that said, I believe the land use study is still good if we're really, as a fiduciary responsibility of a council here, it's a bold move to say, hey, I want to look at every piece of property to see, are we making best use out of it? I know it may cause some people some scare, but best use out of it could be making some modifications. But we cannot force someone to say, I'm going to make Proudbird South. I don't own any stock in Proudbird. I'm just using it as an example. But it's my plea to all of you, right? You guys can really fix this. I don't think this is a regulate our way into a balanced solution. So this is I know usually I don't get that emotionally charged, but it's over 6 months, and I've been brewing on this topic and seeing everybody's argument, and I think we just need to take a deep breath and have a respectful conversation. I think you folks out there can come up with a solution. You're all much smarter than we are. Absolutely. So maybe there's exception of one out there. So with that said, I'm going to turn it out to the public. Does anyone from the public wish to speak on this item?
Julie Dojiri is signed up.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council people. Members, Julie Dojiri, member, a resident of New Horizons, South Bay. I concur with many of the council people who said that Torrance Airport is something special, that we need to keep this. It is something that we pride ourselves in having as a community. Yes, we've had our differences and our issues with the airport and the flight schools. But I would like to thank the council and commend you for taking action to begin to resolve some of those issues. Certainly the noise and the frequency of the flights have been reduced drastically at New Horizons.
Sorry, your time is up. We got your message, though.
Hello, I'm a pilot and a retired Disney Imagineer. I know a lot of ways to develop programs and develop projects, and I don't think at this point in time that the appropriate answer is to go out and evaluate how much money we can get by taking the airport apart. I've been all over the world and most places around the country, and I see some excellent examples of what you have suggested, especially the young lady on the left over there. We have a community, we have a lot of intelligent people. Let's sit down and see how we can best turn the airport into a profit center, like what you see in Camarillo, not a disaster like what you see in Santa Monica, or even the example of El Toro. Let's do positive things to make.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Got it. What I'm going to suggest is that, if you want to have your, make your comment, 1 minute comment, start queuing up so that we could save some walk time. We'll hear you out as soon as you get to the mic. There's no one else that's signed up, so. And if you're just repeating what someone else say, I would just say, I concur with someone else, and we want to listen to content.
With regard to this study, proposed study of converting Zamperini Field to a master planned land development project, can you hear me? Okay. At a cost of $60,000 and with a potential cap of $100,000, I am absolutely opposed. And further, I am opposed to any consideration of closing the airport. Currently, the community is working with the city to reduce aircraft noise and other issues of concern from increased air traffic over neighborhoods. When these issues are resolved, the airport will once again be
an employer and a secondary contributor to the local economy and community. It is a hive of activity and income generation, and it's not just a piece of dirt that could be sold off, and that's the best price you could get for it. Mr. Griffiths, if you really care about creating harmony with the community, then let's restart the very successful talks that we were having, hosted by Mr. Megadichian, between the pilot groups, between the flight schools and the residents. Those were very successful. They had remarkable results that we could all point our fingers to. Let's get that going again. We're ready to talk.
My name is Jason, and I want to say that I've been listening to this for now about 30 to 45 minutes, talk about how we want to even make leases and try to make money off what we have instead of just selling it for a one-time profit deal. So that being said, I would say, why aren't we leaning more into the pride of what a lot of cities don't have, and that is an airport. There are so many things we can do with this, including building it up, investing in it, which I haven't heard anybody really talk about. This is something that no one else really has. Let's just make it better. Let's make it ours, and it's going to grow. Nothing ever stays the same. Let's take advantage of the direction that things are going to go. Let's point it our way, and let's make it better. We don't have to do this land use study right now. We can go with option 3, and how about someone brings up something that we can actually invest in, be part of, and just rally around with pride. Let's take pride in our community and take pride in our airport. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Allison, and I'm a 25-year resident of Torrance. And I really like what Councilman Kalani had to say. That's number one. I do not like the idea of the $100,000 study. What the last person said about building the airport up is absolutely what should be done. And I want to say personally that this is the legacy of Louis Zamperini. We had a book about it, a movie about it. This is the thing, it's unfathomable that anybody would dream of doing a land use study on the airport and see how we can repurpose this. It should not be considered in that light at all. And that's all I got.
That amplifies my comments. Leave that to your reading when you have time. Bruce Lagatree, I live in District 4, Councilman Kalani's district. And I do want to say that I'd like to suggest that we first put a question to the people in the form of a referendum. Add this to a ballot. A question, shall we keep the Torrance Airport open? And then make that question answer first, and then if you hear from the people that we want to keep it open, you can dispense with the $100,000 study of repurposing the land, which is what this says, basically. Pages 5 through 7 just talk about what else to do with the land. Let's not sugarcoat it. And that it was introduced by a real estate developer is deplorable. It smacks of autocracy. It is not democratic. Thank you.
Hello again. I'm here as a flight instructor at Sling Pilot Academy to speak on the value of the airport in the school. Most cities would be excited to have vocational programs that could propel their youth into respectable jobs at its own historic airport. At Sling, we host field trips as part of STEM education for the Walteria Elementary School students who light up in our planes. They arrive stating that when they grow up, they'd like to be gamers or penguins, and some leave as aspiring pilots. I'm encouraged by the rhetoric tonight as I've seen the stress that council's actions have caused my students and my peers. Community workshops sound like a good direction. Please preserve the Torrance Airport as a place where dreams take shape.
Hello. Like many students in the past, present, and future, we have made a significant investment to come to Sling Pilot Academy in the city of Torrance, join this community in the South Bay, and build a new career for our future, working hard on becoming pilots. The training that Sling Pilot Academy provides all the students is not only necessary, it is essential. Our program at Torrance Airport is tailored with a specific timeline in order to help educate, train, ensure our safety as well as the community's, and is built to fully prepare us for official positions as pilots. I would request that the city work with us and not against us, and I agree with many of the others here that I think the committee that you suggested is a great idea and a great start. Let's have the conversation and not make any drastic decisions. Thank you.
Hello, Torrance City Council. Name's Oscar. I'm a pilot at student at Sling Pilot Academy. I want to thank you very much for the exercise in humility demonstrated by George Chen and Matucci earlier. And Matucci, you did suggest that you said you haven't been in one of these little planes before. I'd recommend you take a Discovery flight. I'd recommend that to every single member of the council here. Discovery flight will get you sold on flight. I was a ground-based human being before then, and now, after seeing Torrance in the sky and how great it is, well, I signed up for Sling Pilot Academy. Now, I would like to point out, if you are going to shut down Torrance Airport, now I know we're interested in the talks about that, I would like a reimbursement for my $70,000, first of all. And second of all, Councilmember John Kaji, you did bring a wand when you said you're going to leave it at home and say, oh, you know, if I could just wave this wand and, you know, turn this all into real estate, I would maybe do so. Dude, recuse yourself from the...
Your time is up, sir.
I'm here to express my concern about the talk of a potential closure of our city's airport. The airport's an integral part of our city's heritage and has been a vital part of our community for years. The possible closure of the airport would have a significant impact on our local businesses. To our community, and the loss of these jobs would be devastating. The airport also plays a critical role in our city's safety services. The airport is used by our police and fire departments for emergency response, and the closure of the airport would put our community at risk. The airport is a major economic driver for our city, generating thousands of dollars in revenue each year. Many local businesses rely on the airport for their livelihood, and the closure of the airport would put these businesses at risk. In addition, the airport provides hundreds of jobs. I understand that there are concerns about the noise pollution caused by local airports. While it is true that some of the residents have complained about the noise, it's important to note that airports are essential for transportation.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, Kurt Robinson, President Robinson Helicopter Company, and I am in favor of you tabling this, obviously. I just wanted to make a couple of quick points. One is that we entered into a lease with the city which will extend until 2053. We are committed to this area. As everything we've done, we submitted a letter that tells that. We're committed to going all the way to 253. Therefore, we really believe that doing this assessment is an untimely misuse of taxpayer money. We don't feel that there's a need to do it. More importantly, it sends a strong negative message about the future of our airport. Whether that was communicated properly or not, I can tell you're wrestling with that. We have over 1,100 employees. We are continuing to hire, but when you have messages like this, it makes it difficult for us to attract and retain the types of engineers and professionals we need and want in this city. So please take that into account. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Charles Costello, representing COTAR, a citizens group, working with council and staff to try to fix some of the problems. Maybe it's a regulatory approach, Your Honor, but it's doing something. And that's what we need, some action to deal with real problems. And for all of those, COTAR does not advocate closing the airport. But this should be a wake-up call to all you lovers of Zamperini Field. It is not a sacred cow. All is not well at Torrance Airport. It is time for you to realize the problems caused by excessive training flight operations, excessive noise, unsafe operations. It's time for you to admit there's a problem and start working with us to try.
Hi, my name's Robin Eagles. I'm a homeowner in the 6th District, and I'm also an employee on the airport.
I just don't think it takes a lot to realize that we don't need to spend $100,000 to do a land assessment. I agree that we need to invest in the airport, and invest in our community and the asset that it is. I've been in aviation not too long, but for a little bit, and I can tell you that the future of transportation is in aviation. We have an opportunity for our airport to be a beacon of transportation for not just the South Bay, but to really be an example for what transportation can be in the future. I love the idea of Proud Bird South, and I think we can use that as a jumping off point to really invest in the airport, invest in the community. I would also say if you are going to move forward with a land assessment, please also do a traffic assessment. I live nearby, and whatever we plan to do with it will absolutely generate more traffic if we choose to do more. Thank you.
I'm Ann O'Brien, a pilot at Torrance Airport. I wanted to let you know that for the 6th year in a row, we're going to be able to put on STEM Day at the airport, which is a partnership between the Torrance Airport Association, Torrance Unified School District, the City of Torrance, and thank you very much to Kurt Robinson with Kurt Robinson and the Robinson Helicopter Factory. So what we're going to do this year is once again hold 4 science, technology, engineering, and math classes for 125 kids from the high schools. And new this year, and I'm so happy about this, a lot of people are, will be able to add one of the Madrona Middle School, so we can begin to you know, inspire young kids when they can still direct their career. So I'll be giving you more information on, you know, what those courses are in the future, and would like to invite you all to attend that day. It'll be March 29th this year. Thank you.
Good evening. Bill Tim Chizen. According to the Daily Breeze historian, Hughes Airport, also about 500 acres, closed after Howard died. Opponents fought, but the courts favored the developers, and an $8 billion project began in 1996. Today, the high-density area is called Playa Vista, has its own zip code, and a 2021 population of 11,400 people. Imagine that between Crenshaw, PCH, Madison, and Sky Park. Gridlock. 3 years ago, I agreed to lead TAA's effort at noise abatement. We developed ways to fly friendly from all runways, proved them in flight tests, and designed signs and procedures to create a quieter environment. We now know the city has no interest in noise abatement. They threw money at an easily spoofed noise monitoring system that collects thousands of complaints from relatively few individuals.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
We're living in an age where somebody doesn't like a statue, tear it down. Somebody doesn't like, I don't know, an airport. Well, let's just tear it down. It is a sacred cow, I'm sorry. Many people over this time that everybody has been talking about this, when people buy their houses, did they buy it before the airport was done or after? Because you knew what you were getting into. You are buy an airport, just like if somebody buys a house by a school. The trade-off is, hey, I can go to, you know, I don't have to drive my kid to school. They can just walk across the street. Well, that's the trade-off, and the trade-off of traffic and everything else. Everybody's got a problem. But I'm not saying, hey, let's shut the school down. This is wrong. Plus,
your time is up. Thank you.
Aaron Robinson, 17-year Torrance resident. As a user of the airport and privy to conversations at the field, it seems to me that a big problem is a lack of trust on the part of the pilots and the user of the airport with the city staff. It seems to me that the city lacks competent and capable management of the airport, and you can actually get a degree in airport management, and it seems to me that the money that's being considered for a land usage study might be better spent to hire people who are better versed in the operation of airports. to advise the city council. If you go up to the Bay Area is lined with airports, and I got to believe that those airports are well managed because they live just as close to residents as the Torrance Airport does to its neighbors. So it seems to me that better advisors and the city staff would.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public who wish to speak on this item?
The jingles lately, but let me tell you something. These people talking about the Hughes Airport, what was a private airport, this airport was given to Torrance by the United States government, Army or Navy or you name it. And there is one little thing in there. You have to operate it as an airport. Hello? You have to operate it as an airport or it goes back to the United States of America. So I tell you this and I can make you studies instead of you screwing up hundreds of thousands of dollars of the taxpayers' money. I can provide you with a study, let's say $1,000. $1,000 right here, sign it. Because you are dumb as dirt. You are dumb as dirt. You're starting this bullshit with the neighborhood. Everybody's up and down.
Your time is up, sir. I'm going to count your time for the next council meeting. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, my name is John Goldisich. I've been flying out of the airport. I got my license there when I was 16. I turned 70 this year. I've seen him through the air shows, and the biggest thing I see is the kids coming to the fence, looking at everything. I see them standing at the airport office on the observation deck. There are interest in there, but lately it seems like we're trying to do anything we can to slow things down at the airport. We're going into landing fees next month. I hear about residents who, like are living here paying taxes. I have a hangar. I pay taxes on my hangar. I am part of the airport. 85% of my flights, I fly somewhere to go to lunch. We've been after a restaurant at Torrance Airport for a long time. There's a lot of things we can do there to generate money. And thank you for your time.
Go ahead, sir. I see you coming up.
I didn't think I could ever do this. Okay, I lived here. I'm 92 years old. I'm a pilot. And I got some things written down here. If you had an earthquake right now, where would you guys go? Only one place, the airport. Only one way to get out of here. That's helicopter. That's about all I can say. Except, let's see, it's a defense airport. We got 3 launchers going out there. 200 miles off its carriers right now. My grandson did the flyover at Dodger Stadium. He's a jet pilot. I could talk all night long. I'm done. My kids, I raised 36 of them here in Torrance. They're all doing good.
Sir, maybe
Bye-bye.
use the microphone. Okay, we got it. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. I hope the Nike missiles aren't still in there. Anyone else from the public wish to speak? Okay, I think we'll bring it back. Councilman Kaji, you've clicked in.
Thank you, Your Honor. And once again, as I said at the beginning, I welcome all public comment. I do have a few observations from some of the comments that were made. First of all, regarding the purported so-called closure of the airport, this council has never talked about closing the airport, period. That's not the purpose of this study, but for some reason, some out there decided that the best way to stampede the council and the city was to suggest that this council is considering the closure. Well, that's false. But some of you bought into that false narrative. Secondly, for those who say, oh, well, John Kaji's a developer. I'm a real estate broker. Since taking this position on the council, I haven't been involved in the practice of real estate. I've put my time into serving as a council member in District 1. My only development plans are when I'm going to plant my tomatoes this spring. That's all that comes to my mind when it comes to development. I'm at a point in my career where I've done all the development that I need to do, and I've done that over the course of 40 years. When it comes to Zamperini Field and the history of Zamperini when it was first given to the city by the federal government, some of my family members lived at Zamperini Field before it was named after him. It was after World War II, and after they were let out of the government's internment camp, they had nowhere else to live here in the South Bay except in some trailers that were at the end of the field. So I have history here. My family has history here, as many of you do. As far as the airport, I've always viewed the airport as a significant asset and as part of this city's history. So I want you to all understand, set aside whatever false narrative, whatever caused you to get all excited and angry to come down here today. What remains is us, both the pilot community, both the residents. As you've known for the last so many months, we've been trying to gain a consensus between all parties so that we can continue to coexist as we have for many years. And that's a fact. Residents who have been here, they bought close to the airport because, and they knew it was an airport. The only question that has brought this to the council has been an increase in noise. If all parties can agree to work together, then this all goes away. All right, but for any of you to attempt to bully any member on the council, whether it's myself or anyone else, by suggesting that I conduct myself in an improper way, by inferring that I have some sort of sinister plan to take over the airport and to turn it into housing or anything else, I think you just swipe left and move forward tomorrow, because there are no plans from this 68-year-old former developer. If anything, as I said before and as we started this discussion, it's important for us as a city, and it's important for us, for our residents, to understand everything that we own and control as a city and to consider all options. So as far as I'm concerned, I hope that we take this item up today. If we have to defer it, depending on the vote, then it'll be deferred. But the issues and the problems are not going to go away. But once again, my hope is that all parties here can come to a consensus. That's really that's what I've been hearing for the last so many months. The land use study, though, is not meant to be a club against the pilots. That's not the point. And for you to misunderstand that point, I think you've been misled. So if we can commit to working out a solution, that's great. We won't need litigation. We won't need overregulation. And that's voluntary, and that doesn't cost anything. But I'll tell you this, the tail doesn't wag the dog. It's the residents of this city who will determine whatever the future is for any land that this city owns. We're looking at the 30 acres here at Civic Center. We're taking public comments as to how we might best redevelop this Civic Center in a way that will meet future needs of our citizens. And it's great to hear what some of the comments are. How can we best take this 30 acres and envision a new civic center that will, that will draw people here, that will create, recreational activities, a brand new city council chamber, new library, whatever it is. That's progress. That's bringing everyone together in the community. And I hope that we can all keep our focus on what's positive where we can work together, but not allow any sort of fallacies to float out there that divide us. So I want to make that absolutely clear. I'll continue to work together with all parties here on the council, all members of our community, all stakeholders at the airport. But I want to make that clear tonight because as we move forward, I have an open mind, but I'll tell you this, there's no way that that I respond positively to being bullied. That doesn't work with me. And I won't do anything like that to any of you. Thank you.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to comment that I hope whatever motion is made tonight, that there is some inclusion to bring back something to create a vision plan for the airport and possibly set aside some funds for an independent facilitator to oversee communication between airport users and residents. Thank you.
I'm just going to pause for a second to see if any councilman will click in because I know Councilman Griffith is ready to motion. You know, sometimes we have a late clicker. Yep. Councilwoman Lewis.
I'm not exactly sure how we would do this, so I would need direction from City Attorney Sullivan if we were to, this is not one of the options on there, could we propose a fourth option that incorporates some of what Councilmember Kalani suggested?
You're the city council, so you can take one of the suggested ones, or you can add your own, or make a amalgamation of all of them.
Fantastic. I'm not sure exactly what Councilmember Griffiths is going to motion, but I would like to defer the land use study and get staff to look into what it would take for us or bring back an item for the vision plan using an independent facilitator that is also knowledgeable on aviation policy and procedure as well.
Okay, looks like you gave him some hint. We'll see what his motion is. Just give me 2 seconds. Just someone else might click in.
You can have 3 seconds.
Okay, Councilman Matucci. We've been at this for a while.
Sorry. I mean, we just got done talking that we don't want to spend 100,000 or 60,000 plus 40. But if we start bringing in people, consultants, and everything, we're already adding to that price tag. So we have to, we either table this, to a future date, or if we start putting, oh, we need to bring somebody in, form another committee. We have an airport commission. I just feel like we're, without knowing what the motion is, I feel like we're overcomplicating this. Right now, I feel like we should just table it. I think there's a lot of things that are brewing. It's nice to hear from the public, but quite honestly, I would support the land use study if I felt like there was some kind of concurrence here, but I don't think we have it tonight, and so I would not support a motion that would include bringing in outside experts and this and that, because then those outside experts could cost over $100,000 for all we know, and I think we're just overcomplicating things. That's all. I want to hear what the motion is.
Thank you. It looks like Councilwoman Lewis has a go back.
I do, and Councilmember Tucci, I do understand what you're saying, but that we don't necessarily have to contract for someone that can help begin the conversation. I think we have enough knowledge and capability with our staff, with our pilot community, to actually sit down and act like grown-ups and not have to spend it on a facilitator. So I would move that forward, and then we have an entire airport commission that we've established, and I think that this would be an excellent opportunity for them to start even with the base of what a vision plan may look like. So why don't we just use our in-house commissions and our in-house or in Torrance knowledgeable experts, and not have to actually contract with an outside consultant, which I agree to you does add to the cost.
So I think I want to stay in-house and see what we've got first before we farm it out.
Thank you, Councilman Lewis. I think in my introductory thoughts, I think we're converging. I think a lot of us want, I believe, what the experts in the community's voice, but we really need a serious, all-out attack effort to nail this, and everyone that needs to have skin in the game on this. It's got to be a commitment that we're going to do this and make this better, and it's got to be validated, and it's got to have teeth on it. So I'm reaching out to you all out there, and you know all your community, the flight schools, the pilot association, the residents. We already have city staff that works these things. So you can make it happen without us telling you how to make that happen, because give us some ideas. Okay. Anyone else clicking in? Okay. Councilman Griffith, you got it.
Oh, the drama is killing me. At this time, I think it's best that we just accept and file. If the council wants to bring back a land use study in the future, that's their prerogative. I just think there's too many things going on right now that are unresolved with the airport that need to be resolved one way or another before we take on a land use study or even a vision use. Right now, if we did a vision statement or vision committee on the airport, we'd have a lot of really unhappy residents and a lot of really unhappy pilots and flight school people who would kind of alter a vision thing. But I'm open to that. And what I would suggest, in addition to my motion about just accepting and filing the land use study, is to make a secondary request for concurrence to do additional further studies on the airport if that's what the rest of the council thinks. But I'd like to do that separately from the motion to accept and file at this time, the land use study for the Torrance Airport. And I would very much welcome a secondary motion or a request for concurrence for any additional thoughts that might want to be done, but I would like to keep them separate.
I will second the accept and file portion of the motion.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Kaji voting no.
Thank you. Does anybody else want to ask for concurrence?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
I would humbly ask Mayor and Council for concurrence to investigate a possible committee or group of people, or facilitate a vision, some vision meetings for the airport moving forward, to get people together, to get people talking. The reason why, the reason why it was suggested maybe bringing someone from the outside, so that we're removing the city from those conversations. But for now, I'd like concurrence to bring back a recommendation or suggestion for some vision meetings. Thank you. For the airport in Torrance. Thank you.
I'll make a comment on that before, because I'm probably a thumbs down if that's a thing like that, because I actually think that the city needs to be involved in it, because I think we need to hear, we need to be part of the workshop, as opposed, having other people, our city staff is objective, at least we should be, and I think we should do that. But I think, like I said, I think someone would say, we tried and done that before. But I said, we're at this point is, we all own this together. We all have skin in the game. And I would say, we the city staff, take the action that will be open to help coordinate among the interested parties.
Yes, Mayor, Honorable City Manager, we could come back with some models of. This is not a new venture. We've been down this road before, and there's models out there we can bring for your consideration. A combination of factors, independent facilitator, city has to be at the table.
Yeah.
Because any policy decision ultimately will have to be implemented by staff. So, and we do have the knowledge base, despite some statements made by members of the public. Our staff is committed, educated, and experts in this area, so I feel confident that we can help facilitate a conversation. And one of the options may be bring in a third-party facilitator who has technical expertise, at least bringing the various parties together in the room. But I am confident in our staff's ability to lead an objective conversation.
Okay, so with that in mind, Councilwoman Kalani, you can articulate and get some staff help on what are you asking?
So with the honorable mayor and council members' concurrence, I'd like to have an item come back to work on a vision plan for the airport to bring together all parties interested in the future of the airport with the assistance of staff to possibly include, if needed, outsourced resources. Thank you.
Councilwoman Lewis, you have more comments?
I
She
just
made
had,
a motion. I just want to make sure you.
no motion, I'm sorry. I just had another idea. We've got some phenomenal commissions and committees, especially council committees, that could address certain portions of the airport. You have planning that could investigate land use. You have our finance and operations committee that can talk about the city portion of it. I just want to make sure that we're using all of our in-house expertise to attack this problem from different areas as well. We've got environmental, we've got airport. I mean, we've got all of these wonderful commissions that are already staffed with Torrance residents, and they bring expertise. We have a pilot community, whether they live in Torrance or outside of Torrance or use Torrance Airport. I just want to make sure before we start passing out taxpayer money to pay for expertise that we already have in-house, that we are utilizing that. So I love Councilwoman Kalani's suggestion about the vision, but I want to see what we got in-house first.
Part of our item could be inclusion of various commissions in subject matters as a comprehensive plan, which can be then taken piece by piece to various committees of the community and then bring back their feedback. This will be a significant effort and allow us some time to regroup internally and bring you back some options.
Right, a multi-phase approach, and each of our council committees are open to the public, so whatever portion that committee may have, that's open to public comment as well. Absolutely. And I think that will both save us money and potentially bring in the expertise from the public.
Okay, so Councilwoman Kalani, you clicked in. I don't know, you're modifying your, go ahead.
Well, I agree. I just want us to reach out for best practices in similar situations. That could be with other communities and other cities. And I don't know if there's a cost to doing that or not, but maybe we can check into that as well.
Staff can do the initial inquiry and bring you back options.
Okay.
Including how do we utilize existing commissions, community groups, all the stakeholders, either internal staff support or a third-party facilitator. We'll bring all those for your consideration. Should that be the direction?
Yes, I think that's what we're asking for. And we're not telling you how to cook the sausage now. Just, give us some ideas when you come back, because we'll never get it right. We're cooking sausages here.
Okay, so with concurrence of the mayor, and there we go. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, I got 1, 2, I'm not sure what that one is, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 and 1 abstain.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you, staff, in advance for your help, and thank you to the community. I hope that this will bring people together and get people talking. Thank you.
Yes. I want to thank you all for hanging in there, and that's one of the reasons why I wanted to keep this item open, to have this discussion, because I know you came and we all have vested interests. So let's do some work. All right. Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break. It's 9:57. We have returned from our break. We're on to item 9C from Public Works Director. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Mayor Chen and council members. I am James Flanagan with the Public Works Department. Item 9C is a recommendation of the Public Works Director that City Council adopt a resolution approving and authorizing the Public Works Director to execute a cooperative implementation agreement, number D43 CIA TOA 0001, with the California Department of Transportation for the Torrance Airport Stormwater Basin Project, I-174, and upon execution of Cooperative Implementation Agreement number D43 CIA TOA 0001, accept and appropriate a settlement contribution in the amount of $2 million to the Torrance Airport Stormwater Basin Project, I-174. The Torrance Airport Stormwater Basin Project is being designed to intercept stormwater and runoff from Torrance and the Peninsula City's Palos Verdes Estates, Rancho Palos Verdes, Rolling Hills, and Rolling Hills Estates by means of capturing water in a large underground reinforced concrete box structure and sending that water via county sewer to a county sewer treatment plant for future treatment and use as recycled water. In August 2023, the California Department of Transportation, or Caltrans, settled a case with the Natural Resource Defense Council, NRDC, which stipulated that Caltrans would provide $2 million in funding specific to the construction of the Torrance Airport Stormwater Basin Project I-174. There's a project location map in attachment A. To clarify this map, the project area is just north of the Nike silo. And thank you, I'm free for any questions.
You had to use the word Nike silo, right?
Yes.
Got it. Any members on the council have comments or questions on this item? Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. Just for clarification, sir, thank you for presentation. So there are two parts of this appropriation. One is a $2 million, and then we're going to ask another $19 million. Is that correct?
So as part of this item, we are just accepting $2 million in settlement contributions from Caltrans. $19 million is a separate, unrelated item because that's through a Safe Clean Water program, which is money that we get from the county. So it's a separate grant opportunity that we're pursuing.
Well, $19 million to fund construction of this project.
Correct.
That'll be the construction of this project.
It's different funding sources for the same project.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else from the council who has questions? I will go to the public. Anyone from the public who wishes to comment on this item?
James Henry, I have a question. It says settlement contribution. Settlement contribution. What's the settlement?
Someone from staff want to?
I believe our engineering manager, Mr. Flanagan, will take that one, as he previously stated.
So yes, the settlement, the city wasn't part of the settlement. There was a settlement between two parties, the first being the Natural Resources Defense Council, and the second being the California Department of Transportation, also known as Caltrans. Within the settlement agreement, Torrance Airport Stormwater Project was one of the projects that was specified to receive funds.
I think maybe, let me try to re-ask the question. I don't know, because I think the term settlement seems to be like somebody sued someone and then there's money, and maybe that was the question. I'm not sure.
That's Mayor Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. That's correct. There was litigation between those two those two separate entities, Caltrans and the National Resource Defense Council. The City of Torrance was not a party to that, but the City of Torrance is leading an effort to reduce TMDLs, and this project was identified as an implementing project for that associated settlement.
So that settlement provided the funding for us to help, take care of the water.
Your Honor, Craig Belazarian, correct. The city is a beneficiary of this with basically no effort other than to sign, to adopt a resolution and to sign the agreement. And then we're going to be getting $2 million to spend toward the construction of this very beneficial regional project that we're partnering with other cities on the peninsula, as well as Caltrans being a participant.
Got it. Thank you. Okay, anyone else from the public?
Hi, I'm not sure if this is the right fit with this. I'm also a little bit not understanding all of this, but as a member of the Airport Commission, we were given a presentation on this project several years ago, and the public was there as well. I have a few questions. Is it actually going to happen? There were 3 models that were presented to us. One of them would have closed the 29er right, the long runway down for quite a while. We pushed back on that. And what is the effect, if any, of the contaminated soil plugs? Would that have, in the surrounding area, would that have any effect on the quality of the water? I think not, but these are just questions that have come up. Thank you.
Okay. I don't know if the staff want to say something, or.
So I do recall the staff member that originally made presentations, unfortunately, is no longer with the city. But I do know some of the history on this. As far as this will be an isolated basin or underground basin, so to speak, that's going to be separate from any influence from any outside water quality and things of that nature. And the water that will actually be going into this is stormwater from things like a rainstorm. And then it'll be captured, and then as Mr. Flanagan mentioned, where it goes downstream. So it will be completely separate. As far as the impact to the airport, we're not proposing to do any impact on airport operations or the runways to that nature. We're trying to design this to where it has no impact to that at all.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public who wish to comment on this item?
Thank you. That's in the jingo. That's the rule in the Brown Act. You know, when pork chop comes in to speak, then you jingo. I don't know if that's intimidation or making fun of me, but this is wrong. Don't blah, blah, blah. I'm telling you. All right. This is a good reminder for you people that nothing has done or nothing has been done and nothing will be done in Torrance unless the government gives you money. So, like, I thought it was $2 million for digging a hole, but now I just heard it's going to be $20 million to dig a hole, but we need it because the airport is often flooded. Sky Park Drive is flooded in big rain, and the airport is flooded, and you have sandbags protecting the airport building.
Anyone else from the public who wish to speak?
Who's doing the jingle?
If not, how does the council wish to proceed?
Who's doing the jingle?
Do we need a resolution number on that?
Yes, we do. City Clerk, may I have a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor, this is resolution number 2024-03. Resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, approving and authorizing the Director of Public Works to execute the cooperative implementation agreement with Caltrans.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Item 9D from Public Works Director. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening again, Mayor Chen, council members. Again, I'm James Flanagan with the Public Works Department. Item 9D is a recommendation of the Public Works Director that City Council approve a First Amendment to the consulting service agreement with Tetra Tech Inc. of Irvine, California in the amount of $46,430 for a new not to exceed amount of $832,352 to provide preliminary and final design services for the Torrance Airport Stormwater Basin I-174 and to extend the term for an additional 2-year period beginning January 25, 2024 and ending January 24, 2026. So this is the same project as in item 9C, where Caltrans is providing the $2 million settlement contribution. As we touched on in the previous item, there is an additional funding source of that $19 million from the Safe Clean Water Program. Previous to the $19 million, the city was also awarded $906,000 for design purposes, and this contract amendment is within that previous grant amount that we received. Services will be used to cover expenses for design analysis, recurrent meetings, and reports through the new duration of the project. So the $19 million grant, to give some more clarification to that, it's currently being reviewed by the grantor, LA County, and funding is still being scheduled when we would be receiving the $19 million, but it's likely that it will happen over a couple-year period. So it's not anticipated that we would start construction until at least summer 2026. Thank you. I'm free for questions.
Thank you. Any members of the council have comments or questions on this item? If not, does anyone from the public wishes to speak on this item?
Come on, now cut out the shit, okay? Who's fucking around here? Who's fucking around with the jingo? Really? Seriously? Is this intimidation or just paying disrespect? Who the fuck playing the jingos? So who cares? 1 minute, man. I can talk so much in 1 minute. That's a disrespect also. And this barricade is a disrespect. Now, all you brainless fucking monkeys again spending $46,000 to use a study. And what is our engineers? What is the city manager here? What is all the brain here? What is all your college degree here? Where is your knowledge? Where is your sausage? You talk about sausage, where is your sausage? $46,000 for what? So they're gonna give you money?
Your time is up, sir. Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak? Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak? Okay. There's no resolution here on this one, Rebecca. Okay, I'll take a motion to concur.
I move to concur with the recommendation of the Public Works Director.
Second.
Voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Item 9E from Public Works Director. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, Your Honor. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. Shin Furukawa from the Public Works Department. Item 9E is a recommendation to approve the specifications for the sidewalk repair for disabled accessibility I-135. Appropriate $106,598 of Transportation Development Act funds, as well as any future interest earned on these funds to the I-135 project. To award a Public Works agreement to Calban Inc. of Santa Clarita, California in the amount of $1,018,950 and approve a 15% contingency in the amount of $152,842.50 for construction of the I-135 project. And to adopt a finding that the project is categorically exempt under CEQA. The project involves localized repairs of approximately 18,000 square feet of damaged sidewalk and reconstruction of 38 ramps in the residential neighborhood bounded by Hawthorne Boulevard, Sepulveda Boulevard, Madrona Avenue, and Lomita Boulevard. 58 trees will be removed and replaced with 80 trees as part of the work. For perspective, the entire neighborhood has about 601 trees, so we're looking at less than 10% of the trees. During design, staff did outreach to every resident potentially impacted by tree removal and worked to preserve trees where requested and where it was feasible to do so. Staff is recommending award of the contract to Calban Inc., who is the apparent low bidder. Calban has successfully completed 4 similar projects for the city within the last 6 years. Thank you, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you. I think Councilman Griffiths is up.
Yep, thank you, Mayor. Mr. Fukawa, I appreciate your item and the information you gave. This is a nice project that we do around the city, and this particular project happens to be in District 6, which doesn't matter where it is, honestly. It's improving our community. Our residents will have much better sidewalks and less opportunity for liability for the city. And as everyone, or most people who know me, know that I'm really concerned about tearing down our trees in our community, and I'm very appreciative of the work that staff has done developing a revised program to review each tree and work with the neighbors. And so hopefully, even though we are removing 58 trees according to this plan, that we won't have a huge uproar from our community because you've already done the steps ahead of time to hopefully prevent that. And I want to thank you especially for the effort that staff did to make that happen. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the council? If not, does anyone from the public wish to speak on this item?
Hello, it's pork chop time again. But I would like to say that I like this thing because even though when I was young buck, I thought it was stupid to make these ramps and thing. But after I started to bike on the sidewalk, and then I appreciated it, without making my tires and wheels bent and something. But now, as I'm old, as our aging community, because everybody's old, you just see that lady, 100 years old, and she was in a wheelchair, this is now a necessity, and I'm for this. And just to remind you, again, the money is come from the federal government or whoever. I like America because the government takes care of us. Except what you do with the money, that's always the problem. And check out the handicap parking space on fire station number 4.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Anyone else from the public who wish to speak? If not, I'll take a motion to concur with recommendation of the Public Works Director.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I move to approve the recommendation of the Public Works Director, all items 1 through 4.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Item 9F from the City Manager and Community Service Director. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. John LaRock, Community Services, presenting in association with the City Manager's Office. On April 25th, 2023, your honorable body approved the conceptual plan and Columbia Park location for a first-of-its-kind World War II internment camp memorial. The memorial is a project driven by a local volunteer community group and is funded as a result of a $5 million state grant secured by State Assembly Member Al Maritsucci. Following conceptual approval, a grant agreement has been produced by the California Natural Resources Agency, approved by relevant city departments, and is presented for your consideration and approval this evening. The grant provides a timeline that the memorial project be completed by February 1st, 2026. Following approval of the grant, the city will advance the project by soliciting professional services to manage, design, and build the memorial. In addition, a 5-member advisory committee will provide consultation on the project. 2 members of that committee have been appointed by the state legislature. Your honorable body may appoint 3 members from the Torrance community. The City Council, though, retains final authority over all project elements. This evening, staff recommends that your honorable body, 1, approve grant agreement GF 2126-0 with the California Natural Resources Agency for the World War II Camp Wall Memorial Monument Project at Columbia Park. 2, upon execution of grant agreement GF 2126-0, accept and appropriate a grant program award in the amount of $5 million. And 3, appoint 3 members to fill the 5-member advisory committee to provide consultation to the project. Thank you, and staff is available for questions.
Thank you very much. As far as I'm aware, Mr. LaRock, I think the first 2 items on there is probably much more simpler to do. The third item, are we aware of any candidates for the potential appointment for the advisory committee yet?
Thank you, Mayor. At this point, no members of the community have approached city staff with regards to membership to the advisory body, nor have we received information from any individual council members regarding candidates.
Okay, so at this moment, would it be safe to say that we're not even certain what is the process to initiate how to appoint the 3 member, or do we have a process that we've used in the past already?
Thank you, Mayor. Since the advisory committee is a non-Brown Act entity, there is no prescribed process to appoint them from the state or in the grant materials. So it's really election at your discretion, at this body's discretion, and then we will consult with them on an as-needed basis for this project.
Your Honor, Danny Santana from the City Manager's Office. I guess there's an option for the council, given the information that Mr. LaRock has shared. The council could either source names through your honorable body, or you could solicit names that could then be brought before you for consideration on a follow-up item.
Okay. Yeah, I know that a couple of council members has clicked in. I think it's much more. We'll proceed, and maybe some folks will share with us. I'm inclined to think that we'll make decisions on item 1 and 2, and maybe item 3 we give ourselves a little 30 days to allow the council members to reach out to others or the community to apply, and then we'll go forward with that. But since this is, it's almost like a ad hoc process, for lack of a better word. Okay, but we may gain some wisdom as it goes on. I think some people are going to speak anyway. Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have been reaching out to some individuals in the community who I believe could serve to the advisory committee. So, but I'm still waiting to find out what their response is. So once I do, I'll forward that on to staff. Thank you.
Super. Thank you very much. Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Rock, question for you. I don't want this project to be delayed anymore. So do you think it's a possibility we can decide here, any of the council members, to be part of this advisory committee and get this project going?
I don't think this, excuse me, it's John LaRock, Community Services. Thank you, Councilmember Sheikh. I don't believe the city council members are intended to be members of the advisory committee, but that certainly is your discretion, although I would defer to the city attorney maybe to weigh in on that as well.
Let me ask, does all 5 members advisory committee needs to be filled prior to initiating this process?
No, Your Honor, they do not.
Okay, the answer. So we're not delaying any time. Okay. Anyone else from the council has comments or questions? Councilwoman Kalani.
Just real quick, and thank you, everyone. I'm very much looking forward to this project being completed. How do we submit names? If I have a name for you, how do I go about submitting that to you?
Please send that to staff. Thank you.
To you, Mr.
Please,
O'Rourke?
thank you, Councilmember Kalani.
Okay. Anyone else from the council? I think some community members has clicked in on the speaking list, and maybe some of them will have some recommendation as well. Rebecca?
Melissa Ramoso.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and esteemed council members and the hardworking staff of Torrance. My name is Melissa Ramoso, District Director for California State Assembly Member Almer Suji. The Assembly member wished he could have been here, but he has important obligations in Sacramento. Assembly member would like to thank the City of Torrance for support of the World War II Camp Wall Monument Project. As you have seen in your chambers in the past, there is strong support as well from your residents and the Japanese American community. While the governor's January budget proposal has raised some questions on whether prior allocations are going to be withheld, meaning the budget money, it is the position of the California State Assembly Speaker to keep prior commitments. Know that the Assembly member will continue to support this project as one of his top priorities. The Assembly member kindly urges the City of Torrance to move forward as planned and adopt the staff's recommendations tonight. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City staff, and Council for.
Thank you.
Nancy Hayata.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Chen, council members, and staff. I'm Nancy Hayata, and I'd like to first introduce Kanji Sahara. He's present tonight, and it was his concept, his idea, his dream to build this monument. We'd love to thank the Assemblyman Maritsuchi for finding funding for us, and to the City of Torrance for taking this project on. I know it's huge. This is a national monument. It's the first of its kind. It's the first time that one monument is going to have all the names of all the people that were incarcerated in the United States during World War II in one place. This is a reflection of, our goal is for people to see the 160,000 names and realize the mass injustice that was done so that this can.
Thank you. I have to, your time is up. Yeah. Yeah. Ms. Hayata, you can always contact me directly for more information after this. Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item?
James Henry, has the city received the $5 million yet, or is it still pending? And if it's still pending, why are you doing this now? Why don't you get the money first? Can you answer that question?
If I heard Melissa Ramosa clearly, we don't have the money yet. It's still a high priority.
Your Honor, Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. The Assemblyman has secured it through the state appropriations process, and it's waiting with the state of California. The action before you this evening would allow for the necessary documentation to be submitted to the state administering agency and allow those funds to be dispersed to the city. So it's just waiting for the council's action.
So if we could at least get item 1 and 2 on there approved, we kick off the process of getting the money. Did I say that correctly?
Having a check mailed to us, Your Honor,
Yes.
is the way I
Okay,
would put it.
got it. All right. I think there's another gentleman coming up.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. First and foremost, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Ivan. I'm here along with our team to support the World War II Camp Wall Monument Project. I was fortunate to discover about this important project by first meeting Nancy, who just spoke at the Bunkasai Festival just last year. Since then, I've had the great pleasure of meeting the rest of the team, and after gaining enough knowledge regarding the mission, I wanted to also share and with you all my strong advocacy towards making this very important project come to fruition. This project will impact many of those who visit and in different ways. As the World War II Camp Wall website states, simply by viewing all the names on each of the World War II camp walls, you will certainly get a sense of the vast number of people that were affected by these tragic events. To sum it up, this monument will serve as a reminder that not only is this very important history lesson is just in the books that we read, but will stand strong as a piece of historic importance for all to view at Columbia Park. It will facilitate the purpose and backstory to have the power to connect the past generation to the present and future generations.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public who wish to speak on this item?
Hello, it's Pork Chop again. I'm very happy this thing is in, it's rolling, and I think this is an important thing. I just wondering, why are you talking about it? There is no money. I always wondered, but after I learned that in history, I took history lessons, and I learned that, these Japanese people were rounded up and, putting so-called concentration camp, but whatever. Well, anyway, that was a tragedy. That was a really shameful thing in the United States history, and we should really celebrate, not celebrate it, but display it, because everybody learns from their mistake. That was a big mistake of the government to round up these people, American citizens, whatever, just because they were Japanese. They did not round up.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item? If not, I will come back to the council. I see Councilwoman Lewis has clicked in.
I did, thank you. I definitely want to start out by thanking the committee members for all of the hard work and dedication that you've done to bring this to fruition, and to have the actual brainchild behind this wonderful memorial here with us is quite the honor as well. And hopefully we can get a glorious celebration. I have a question about the appointment process, just to make it clear to everyone. If you're interested in potentially serving on this advisory committee, the process would be to email you directly, Mr. LaRock.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis. John LaRock, Community Services. Members of the community can certainly contact their representative, who could then pass it on to staff.
Oh, nice.
Or contact
nice.
staff directly.
Yes.
Just for full accessibility.
Got it. So reach out to any one of us, no matter where you are in Torrance, if you want to be a part of it. And then, are we putting a date on this so it doesn't extend?
I believe the mayor had mentioned a 30-day period.
So 30 days from today? 30 days for today?
Yes.
And then we'll gather the names together and bring them back. And if we have more than 3 or 4?
Then you'll have your usual selection process.
Okay, I think Mr. Santana wants to chime in.
Yes, thank you, Councilwoman. Mr. Mayor, if you're open to this, staff could certainly create a interest form template on the city's website, promote it through social media, share that information with all council members, and you could put it out on your own handles, do a cover story on city cable, just to solicit interested parties, and then give you an extensive list to consider. And we'll bring that item back to you 2 meetings from now. That
Okay.
will allow 30 days.
Okay.
Say the first meeting in March.
Okay.
And I love that one. As a recommendation, maybe we can reach out to the members who got this going, including all of the people who have worked for it thus far in the community cable and our social media advertisement, because this really is a great addition to the city. So thank you.
All right. Councilwoman Kalani.
I just wanted to add, maybe it was said and I missed it, some kind of maybe an online application. Are there a few key questions to, you said that? Sorry, I apologize. Thanks.
Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. So after we create this committee, then the paperwork is complete, and then we're going to submit that.
Councilmember Sheikh, John LaRock, Community Services. No, once if the grant agreement is approved this evening and the funds appropriated, then we will return the paperwork to the state to initiate the allocation process. The advisory committee would follow, but it's not a requirement of the funding.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Kaji, I think it's up to you to make the motion now.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to make a motion to concur with the recommendation of the City Manager and Community Services Director.
I second that motion.
Start voting, please.
That was for 1 and 2, and then 3 will come back.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Congratulations. And Ms. Hayata, I think you are on the advisory committee. And I'm sure Mr. Kanji will stay involved as well. 9G from the Finance and Government Operations Committee. Is there a staff presentation? Or we're going to Councilman Kaji to start this one off.
Good evening. The Finance and Governmental Operations Committee met on Tuesday, January 9, 2024, to discuss various revenue enhancement opportunities researched by staff, as well as the creation of a community facilities district. During the meeting, the committee unanimously voted to maintain the status quo for each of the revenue enhancement opportunities. The committee also unanimously voted to bring an item forward for consideration of the full City Council regarding the creation of a community facilities district in Torrance. At this time, I will turn it over to staff to present the committee's recommendations as discussed during last week's meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the Council. Sheila Poussin, Finance Director. On December 19th, City Council directed staff to return the Finance and Governmental Operations Committee for reconsideration of various tax opportunities and additional information. As requested during the January 9th committee meeting, staff provided information on the number of business licenses registered by the city, which was added to the survey on page 4 of the committee item 6A. Additionally, since the presented opportunities were taxes, they must go on the ballot for voter approval. The estimated cost to place a measure on the ballot is approximately $471,000, which includes polling surveys, public education costs, and LA County Registrar costs, also listed on page 6 of the committee item. Given this information, the committee unanimously voted to keep all existing taxes at their current rates. The second recommendation of the committee was for the City Council to consider the creation of a Community Facilities District, or a CFD, which is a special tax intended to mitigate the incremental ongoing costs of municipal services brought about by new development. The city, as we know, is currently experiencing significant development interest, which will then require an increase in public safety, park services, and street maintenance, creating a need
Sheila,
for...
can I just rudely interrupt you?
Yes.
Was there a PowerPoint chart that we should be beaming up on? No? Okay, got it.
Sure.
Just checking since I have it here.
I'll clarify as well.
Okay.
Creating the need for a recurring revenue source to recover the cost of providing these services. The most recent fiscal analysis completed by consulting firm DTA focused on what is called the net fiscal approach, which incorporates the estimated revenues generated by potential development into the proposed rates to be charged. Offsetting the additional costs with these revenues generated by new development achieves the lowest financial impact to development while also achieving fiscal neutrality to the city. The full presentation, the slides that you are referring to, Mayor, the presentation won't be repeated at this time, but they are available and can be pulled up on the screen should the council like to refer back to them, or should the council like to direct staff to present them again. Myself, staff, and Kudo Akwede from DTA, who prepared this fiscal impact analysis, are available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Does any members of the council have comments or questions? Councilman Kaji.
Thank you for the presentation, and thank you to the members of the Finance Committee for bringing this forward. I think it's appropriate for us to consider this type of facilities district, as it causes those new developments to either pay up front or during the course of the project's life, so that those costs associated related to street improvements or other impacts will be carried by the project and won't deplete our general fund. So I fully support this community facilities district. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the council? Comments or questions? Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, appreciate it, Mayor, and thank you, everyone. I did support it, Councilmember Kaji, when it came back the last time. I just had a question. The funds that were received, if a developer elects to pay everything up front, does that go into a special fund to be used over the course of time? I just want to make sure that if it's for, ongoing street repairs and infrastructure, that it gets used for that and not used for something else right away.
Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. To answer your question, yes, the funds that are received specifically from this special tax will be placed into a separate fund. And every year, the city will report back with an annual report on what eligible expenses have been paid using those funds. And just as a reminder, the expenses can only be spent on certain municipal services related to community services, public safety, and public works. And they can only be used towards new services, as the intention of this is to mitigate the costs of new development. So it cannot supplant existing costs.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that clarification.
Councilman Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just, as a member of the committee, I was involved in the discussion on this, and I did support this item. I just wanted to repeat my comments from the committee meeting here that the state, through various bills that they've been passing over the last few years, has been mandating an increasing amount of housing development. And in the process of requiring us to build housing that we might otherwise have said no to, they're also not providing us any funding to help provide for the infrastructure and other incidentals that new development adds to our burden as a city. And that's why I supported this program, so that we can get some funds to help us provide that extra infrastructure that the developments on their own does not, and also to make up for the fact that the state is not providing us the funding to do those things. And that was my comments during the meeting, sharing them with everyone.
Thank you. Anyone else from the council? I'm waiting for a late clicker. Okay, I'll go to the public. Anyone? I think we have one signed up. Go ahead.
James Henry.
I have a handout. I have 3 questions. When did the city approve as an agenda item the hiring of the consulting firm Finance DTA, also known as David Tausick and Associates, to do a fiscal impact report and creation of a community facilities district? Question number 2, what was the expected amount of that expenditure, and when was that approved? Question 3, what city fund is the money to pay for this expense coming out of?
Honorable Mayor.
Go ahead.
Sheila Pasan to answer those questions. This item was initially brought forth as a request from Councilman Kaji that the City Council agreed upon to bring forward. So in essence, the expenditure that was required to hire DTA to bring forward this fiscal analysis was approved at that time. The reason why there's no expenditure specifically related to this item is because this item is asking for council to provide direction to create the district, not to approve a contract or a purchase order. The purchase order, which I believe is about $15,000, was approved under city manager and department head authority, whose city manager authority is $250,000. So the expenditure itself did not have to come to council because it did not exceed the city manager's authority. I'm sorry, the question 3, what city fund is this being paid for, is coming out of the general fund.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item?
And again, I can't believe it. I have to learn English again, you know, all these new words like community, facilities, district, and all this bullshit. This is all, how can we squeeze the balls of the residents? What you gonna spend this money on? Every service I pay for already. Every service you raise the fees on. So what else you wanna squeeze my balls for? This is nothing but raising taxes. Just speak plain English. Raising taxes on everybody and every opportunity. Everything, people pay 3 times, 4 times more taxes, like property taxes and this and that. 4 times. What are you doing with that money? Burning it. Hire somebody with knowledge.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. I just want a clarification with staff. My understanding is that if you look at the staff report, there's really no taxes on the residents. So, okay, so you got that. It's for new development in the future, so that the new developers get this added tax on a recurring basis. As we look at the table here, on an annual basis, we're actually in the red just to keep up the maintenance. So this will get us into the black at least. Am I correct?
Mayor, yes, you are correct. And just to give you an example, on page 9 of the slides, which are also in the staff report, the net deficit per unit, let's say, for example, multifamily residential, which has the largest financial impact to us, if the city council approves to use this net fiscal approach, is about $310 annually per unit.
Okay, just want to make sure.
To the developer, the property
for the new developer. For an existing homeowner, is there a tax increase?
No, this special tax will only be applied to brand new development, and it'll only apply to development if it's multifamily residential of 5 units or more.
Right. So, and it's paid for by the developer or
If the
the
developer
homeowner of the
is,
new development?
the property owner.
Okay, got it. All right. Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item? Thank you. I don't see any. So, Councilman Tucci, you got a comment?
I do. We've had this discussion before, and I've been accused of favoring the developer and passing on the bill to the tenants or the residents. That is as far from the truth as possible, because when you charge a tax or anything to a developer, the end user is always going to be paying the bill. It is not just something that just gets absorbed. So I'm okay with supporting this because I know we need it for the infrastructure and everything else. But I just want to make the record clear that the tenant or the home occupant is the one that's going to be paying those $300 and some odd a year through their rent, through whatever other forms of payment. So I just want to make that clear that it's not a matter of favoring the developer or the tenant. The tenant always pays at the end of the day. That's all I want to make clear, and I will support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the council have comments? And I don't see any. I'm going to ask the city clerk for a number and title, please.
There isn't a number and title. Should the council decide to move forward with the creation, there are several next steps. The first one being that the city council will need to adopt a resolution establishing local goals and policies concerning the use of the Melrose Community Facilities Act, which governs the application of these special taxes. We'll also need to develop an ordinance to include in the Division 9 of the TMC, the land use portion of the code, to create an obligation for specified land uses to contribute to this mitigation of costs. Another resolution of intention will have to be adopted to establish the CFD. And then there will be a public hearing just for the very first project that is initiated and annexes into the CFD. So all these items will come forward as separate council items for the future.
Got it. I was looking at different paragraphs. But tonight, we just need to concur with the recommendation of the Finance and Government Operations Committee.
Correct.
Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to make a motion for the City Council to approve the committee's recommendations regarding various revenue enhancement opportunities, as well as the creation of a community facilities district.
Second that.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Item 9H from the Community Development Director. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Your Honorable Mayor, members.
Hang on for okay, yeah. Did you want to do that now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Mr.
Hang on for a
Mayor.
second.
Thank you very much. Because of my ethical and responsible recusal of this item in the past, I'll be stepping out because I have not been involved in the past conversations. Thank you.
All right, for the record, Councilwoman Kalani is recusing herself, and we'll wait till she leaves before. I think we're safe to proceed.
Good evening, Your Honorable Mayor, members of the council. Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director. The item before your honorable body is the introduction of an ordinance to regulate touch and stop and go, full stop, taxi back, and low approaches at the Torrance Municipal Airport. This item is the result of action taken by the City Council on July 25th, 2023 and October 17th, 2023. Per the existing provisions of the Torrance Municipal Code, touch and stop and go landings, taxi backs, and low approaches are permitted 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Friday, with taxi backs until 10 p.m. and 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. on Saturdays. All of the listed operations are prohibited on Sundays, as well as New Year's Day, Memorial Day, Independence Day, Labor Day, Thanksgiving Day, and Christmas Day. The attached ordinance would amend the Torrance Municipal Code to prohibit touch and stop and go landings entirely and restrict taxi backs and low approaches from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday, as well as all city-observed holidays. If approved by the City Council, staff will work with the airport's air traffic control tower for the implementation of the amended regulation. Additionally, if approved, enforcement of the ordinance would be provided by the Community Development Department's Environmental Quality Officers. As a quick overview of the enforcement, any pilot found in violation of the ordinance will receive a notice to appear before the Airport Noise Administrative Hearing Board for a hearing on the alleged violation. Any pilot found guilty by the Airport Noise Administrative Hearing Board or City Council in the case of an appeal of 3 or more violations within a 3-year period will then be denied the right to land or take off from the airport except in a bona fide emergency for a period of 3 years thereafter. It is recommended that the City Council discuss and consider the proposed ordinance regulating touch and stop and go, full stop, taxi back, and low approaches at the airport, adopt a CEQA exemption, and approve an ordinance summary for publication. That concludes staff's presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the council? I don't see any. Do any members of the public wish to speak? You have 1 minute, so you can, I think you already know the drill. Since no one, I think there's one person who put a comment card probably goes first, right, City Clerk?
Yes, that's correct. Tom Newman.
Is Tom Newman in? There he is. Yeah, so he submitted a comment card, so he'll go first, and then the rest of you will be in the queue.
Yes, I certainly appreciate you taking this question, this issue to heart and dealing with it. We put up with a lot of traffic, a lot of noise, It represents a safety concern to the community, and I thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight you have an opportunity to correct an issue that has frustrated Torrance residents for over 3 years. Residents strongly support the city taking steps to ban touch-and-go training flights. As a landlord of the airport, the city has the legal means to do this. So we urge you to ban touch-and-goes as well as banning training flights from using the south pattern from 29L to avoid early left turns. And regarding the earlier discussion this evening, residents don't want the airport to close, but these problems need to be fixed, and this action would be a big step toward that. Thank you.
Good evening. Not in my backyard. Practice somewhere else. Do you not all think that SoCal airports aren't just as busy? Training isn't just for new pilots. I have 30,000 hours logged, and I still practice to stay safe. Mike Griffith's July 25th proposal to eliminate all low approaches, which was voted down, is back for weekends and holidays. A low approach is a late change in the decision to land. Maybe something's on the runway or the pilot is in the clouds and can't see the runway. The pilot must transition the airplane from low power, low speed to a full power climb, raise the landing gear, raise the flaps, and communicate with the tower. It's busy, and it's a maneuver important to airline pilots and private pilots. Imagine a pilot on approach to Torrance in the clouds on a weekend. Municipal code would require him to continue the approach and hope he sees the ground before he hits it, or the
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
Honorable body, we absolutely love the tone and tenor of the conversation in item 9B with the coming back to the table, because we do have the minds that are able to discuss these issues and come to solutions. We still have a long way we can go, and we've been at the table ready to talk, just with no one to talk to. When the conversations that were hosted by Mr. Megadichian and Ms. Ramirez were canceled, the notion was because they had no teeth, all the voluntary measures. And so landing fees and bans on touch and goes, regulatory efforts were the teeth that were the alternative to the discussions. If we have discussions back on the table again, it's kind of a tricky situation to talk while we getting hit with a stick. And so we urge you to consider not going this direction so that we can have voluntary measures that do make a difference, and we remain ready to do those.
Good evening, everyone. I am sympathetic to those who complain about airplane noise, but rather than opening a fire hose of tactics to drown out airport users, we can work together and find a compromise. In college, I was a founding member of a student organization called Civility Instead, where we would discuss the changing political discourse through the use of civil conversation. And I applaud Councilmember Kalani and Lewis for their thoughts today about opening that form of dialogue, and I think that's what we're talking about tonight. But continuing on, I'm just a little bit confused why the council is trying to ban touch and goes now when the new landing fee hasn't even been implemented yet. I'm asking the council to pause this or defer it or table it. I'm not sure what language you prefer. But let's wait and see if that accomplishes your task of reducing airport noise before moving on to other measures such as banning touch and goes.
Hello again. As I mentioned previously, as just one of many students, I have invested in Sling Pilot Academy's program as a student pilot. The curriculum, syllabus, and course calendar are all developed with the goal of achieving the mandatory flight hours and meeting all the requirements in a specific time period. That training and flying are integral to our success. Part of that is by practicing different maneuvers. Touch and goes allow us to be more efficient, practice more of these maneuvers throughout the day when you have different weather changes, patterns. It builds, fine-tunes, and enhances our skills to ultimately be better pilots, safer pilots, that will put us in better positions to serve the community. So I would ask that the city decline this, or as someone just mentioned, defer it. Let's have the discussions and make it useful for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Peter Browan, just to follow on what Bill Tim Chisholm was saying, the Torrance Municipal Code has several absurdities in it already. And on the missed approach argument, if I'm flying an approach through the clouds and I get down to a decision height, a minimum height, that I have to either see the runway or I have to do a miss, and I don't see the runway, I must miss the approach. Well, that falls under the Torrance Municipal Code's definition of a low approach. If I do that on Sunday, I'm in violation of the Torrance Municipal Code, but at least I'm alive. So this is an example of when non-aviation people write rules and the language doesn't reflect the realities of the situation. So I would expect or hope that they would use aviation experts to help. Thank you.
So when it comes to having people following new rules, especially when they're used to something else, there's a safety concern. And amongst pilots and anybody operating in a flight school, safety is the first, second, and third thing we think about. And when you try and take away some very integral parts of how we remain safe and how we get these new skills, it doesn't help. And from what I've heard from the council today, everybody believes in the airport. Everybody wants it to stay. Everybody wants it to be successful. Let's do that. Let's not start putting these needless rules in something like that that's going to hurt somebody into place when we don't have to. I would like to say if we can make a motion to just either table this, talk about it. There's so many people open to the conversation. I've heard our honorable mayor say that the conversation is important to solve it amongst ourselves. Let's do that. And then we can avoid this entire thing and making rules when we don't have to. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Charles Costello speaking on behalf of COTAR, the Coalition of Citizen Residents Affected by Airport Operations. We note that the council has looked at this issue twice and in terms of the resolution approved unanimously, 5 votes to 0. We strongly urge approval of this ordinance tonight. We're encouraged by the discussion in 9B, but let that not serve as an excuse for inaction for something we've been suffering from for more than 2 years. Stop the touch and goes. They can still use taxi backs. There won't be any dialogue if it means nothing happens until some discussions occur.
Touch and goes have been a part of the airport for decades. I think rather than trying to regulate aircraft in flight, which the FAA has reminded you on multiple occasions you cannot do, and I'm happy to sue you again, but I don't think anybody wants that. I think we really should buy into the FAA offered roundtable discussions. I think Mr. Sullivan complained that they were 6 to 9 months out back in the July 25th meeting, and so there was no appetite then. I can tie you up in court for those same number of months, or we can use those months to be productive, and I would earnestly encourage the council to take that approach, and let's find some common ground and some peaceful resolution rather than buy me another Porsche. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Dan Will, Torrance resident. I think it comes as no surprise that the pilots would like to keep us flying in circles on this issue. I think it's time that we've spent 2 years talking about it. We've gotten unanimous concurrence from the council to do both of these actions in the ordinance. They were already reached as a compromise between Councilmember Lewis and Councilmember Griffiths to do the limiting on the hours of training, and Councilmember Sheikh led a very good meeting in which got unanimous concurrence to do this ordinance. So I think at this point, the residents are expecting the council to follow through and not to continue to discuss over and over again the same issue that's been going on for 2 years now. Thank you.
The flight schools
pay taxes. I'm sure that the city gets money from the flight schools. There's more than one way to kill an airport, and that's to regulate it out of existence. You overregulate, people will fold up and go away, and then the city gets no money. I personally would want a pilot trained in every aspect of what they do. And because some of these people who are pilots go in at these flight schools here, maybe go on to fly jets, fly us to New York or whatever. I'd like to have a pilot that knows everything so that I'm safe in the air. Like I said, there's more than one way to kill an airport, and it's to regulate it out of existence.
Good evening, Mayor and council members, staff. Thank you for a delightful evening. I'm absolutely delighted. I came here a sad man tonight. I thought the airport, the feeling was to close the airport, and I was absolutely delighted to see the passion in this room. Everyone here wanting to keep the airport going. It's a gem. It's a gem we got to polish. As you all know, I'm from Sling Pilot Academy, which is a big user of the airfield. We've listened to the community and everything. Unfortunately, we were forced into litigation, and thank goodness for the justice of the situation. But we're here, we're investing in the airport, and we intend to help polish Torrance Airport, the gem it is, and make it shine, and really make it a gem to the community. And thank you for your time.
Good evening. No one I've spoken to now, 6 months or a year ago, is under any illusion that a flight school like Sling is suddenly going to see the light about the pain they're inflicting on thousands of affected Torrance residents. When weather allows, Sling's repetitive training, touch-and-go training flights hover over our neighborhoods, often 30, 40, 50 times an hour. Notwithstanding how one of their CEOs was quoted in a recent Daily Breeze article about Sling working really hard to try and find a solution that works for everyone, those of us in their warpath know all too well it's simply not the reality we continue being subjected to. Instead, Sling is doing everything possible, from legal appeals to nonstop PR, to keep doing exactly what they've been accustomed to doing to us. Torrance residents are relying on the council and staff to see the various smoke screens for what they are and to stay committed protecting our...
Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public who wish to speak on this item?
This is Pork Chop. I would just like to mention, I thought this deal was done already. You know what I mean? But you guys just pulling this along. The people suffering, these people making money, not the city. I visited the airport few times, and the city, very big trouble with the airport. You know what I mean? And I don't know how long you're going to continue wasting all this money, buying more sandbags. I don't know how you're going to do it. Anyway, but just a reminder, all you are here with your knowledge and college degrees and this and that, these people beating you in the American court system. Let me say that again. These guys from a foreign country beating you in your own system.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item?
I'd like to just make a quick comment. I'd like to say that, the exact same thing that a lot of my peers are saying, that this is kind of a continuation of 9B. I think that we should take the effort to actually talk about things, to have all that conversation, that dialogue, really work together to make a solution. I think this is just an example of using regulation to kind of push things forward and not have a conversation. So instead we should take that vote we had earlier, have that conversation, see what happens, and then we can make a decision like this. Thank you.
Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item? If not, I will make some comments here before I go to Councilman Griffiths. I think there is a relationship. I think some of the discussion that we did on 9B, and I think there may be some folks that said we have conversations before, and so we've been down this road before. Again, I will make a plea out to the group who has stake and skin in the game, is to have a conversation does not mean that nothing happens. Something needs to happen so that we know that there's movement. For those who said that, we had unanimous, as far as I remember, I think I favor touch and go because I believe touch and go is a very important part of flying safe. No different than a lot of us who goes to take our kids to driver's training, and they need to practice different driving techniques as well. We should avoid making policies based on corner cases. I know some folks say that there's an accident that happened somewhere. Why do we keep doing that? I believe there's a car accident probably every day, so we don't ban driving cars. So I'm just suggesting that, touch and go is a necessary part of flying and flying safe. And I think we should, we're over-regulating this. I really want, the pilots community and the flight school to help us mitigate this issue because it is necessary. Recently we had F-18s doing a defense for our nation out in the Middle East. And I tell you, I know those pilots, they practice their touch and goes. But the thing is, at the same time, there's still some concern. I anticipate that very likely that I will be in the minority vote again tonight. But touch and go is a necessary part of flying safe. I don't believe regulating this is the way to do it. There are other things we already have in place. Even earlier, a few council meetings ago, I voted against the landing fees. Well, I think one gentleman said, let's see something, if something mitigates some of the problem we're trying to solve rather than, just really, I think, over-regulate this situation. This is my personal belief, and I'm hoping some of my colleagues would agree with me that regulating touch and goes. We've already also negotiated, different time or days to do touch and goes, but to me, just ban it outright just seems a little overboard. So that's my thoughts here. Councilman Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Of course, everyone's entitled to their opinion. This item tonight is a formality to do what this council, a majority of this council already voted to do, and that was to change the hours for training and to ban touch and go operations. This is not a new discussion. This is something that was laid out over 6 months ago. Our community's been in discussion with this issue for a long time. Yes, we implemented landing fees, but landing fees were not implemented to mitigate the constant frequency of flying over people's heads and doing flight training. I fully expect that landing fees will have absolutely no impact on the flight schools, except it may make a minor increase in costs for the students. So that's a confusing issue that it shouldn't be even part of the discussion. It's a separate issue. This is just confirming something that we've already agreed to do, a majority of this council agreed to do, and we need to do it now. It's no longer time to keep talking about it. Our residents have been suffering for long enough. We've made this promise and commitment to our residents to do this, and now it's time to take action.
Thank you. Anyone else from the council have any comments on this? If not, City Clerk, may I have a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor, this is ordinance number 3930, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending Article 5, touch and stop and go, full stop, taxi back, and low approaches of Chapter 1, Division 5 of the Torrance Municipal Code.
Your Honor, I move to adopt ordinance number 3930. In addition to that, I want to approve an ordinance summary for publication and adopt a California Environmental Quality Act exemption pursuant to sections 15378 and 15081B3.
60.
Did I misstate a number? Oh, I'm sorry. 15061B3, Title 14 of the California Code of Regulations. That's my motion.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Kalani recused and Mayor Chen voting no.
Okay. You gonna bring her in? Okay. Item 9I from the city manager, is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. Gabrielle Maya, Management Aide at the City Manager's Office. Item 9I is a recommendation of the City Manager that the Mayor appoints chair and members to City Council Ad Hoc Facility Naming Committee. For your reference, this item was originally adopted to outline policies and procedures when naming land, buildings, and facilities owned by the city. In accordance with current policy, the mayor has the discretion to form ad hoc committees and is able to designate committee chair and members. The purpose of this committee would be to address applications that staff has recently received, including an application to review the General Aviation Center. Council had also provided concurrence to name a planned dog park facility in Lago Seco Park created by Councilmember Lewis. Additionally, Councilmember Griffiths was provided concurrence to explore a potential naming rights program for the Toyota Meeting Hall. As a result, Mayor Chen has selected Councilmember Matucci as chair and Councilmember Sheikh and Councilmember Kaji as committee members. Staff recommends that the City Council tasks the ad hoc committee with reviewing existing policies in relation to naming facilities after City Council, Commission, or city employees that are currently serving. Next steps include scheduling a committee meeting to comprehensively review and discuss the applications that have been submitted to implement policy and modification requests. Updates and recommendations will be presented to City Council following the committee's evaluation. Thank you, and staff will be available for any questions.
Thank you. Any members of the council have comments or questions? I don't see any. Do any members of the public wish to speak? If not, I'll bring it back to the council. I'll take a motion for concurrence.
Motion to concur.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Item 9J from the city manager. Is there a staff presentation?
There is, Your Honor. Benjamin Brown, City Manager's Office, Management Aide.
Item 9J is a recommendation of the city manager to, for city council to receive a public health department research update. First, the presentation structure. First, we'll go through the intent of this research, then we'll go through the responsibilities a Torrance Public Health Department might have. Then we'll go through updates from cities previously researched. Next, we will go through council information requests. Then we'll go through some benefits and limitations. And finally, we'll go through some next steps and the council options provided. The way I understand it, the original intent of Torrance exploring a public health department was to allow Torrance to make more autonomous decisions, especially in the event of a public health emergency. It should be noted that the creation of a Torrance City Public Health Department would not give the city this level of autonomy. The California Department of Public Health has the authority to override any local safety guidances in the event of a public health emergency. So in that event, we would have the authority to do as we please essentially until the state overruled us, and they have the authority to require us to follow both state and county guidelines. Now we'll go through a brief overview of the responsibilities a public health department in Torrance might have. So there are 12 minimum responsibilities laid out in the California Code of Regulations, and that is attachment G for more details. And I'll just list them here quickly. The first is collection and analysis of public health statistics. 2, health education programs. 3, services to control communicable diseases. 4, services to promote maternal and child health. 5, environmental health and sanitation services. 6, operation and maintenance of a public health laboratory. 7, nutrition services. 8, chronic disease prevention and mitigation services. 9, services that are directed at mitigating social factors that affect health. 10, occupational health promotion. 11, family planning services. And 12, public health nursing services. Now we'll go through some updates from cities previously researched. The first is Beverly Hills. Beverly Hills is not planning on establishing a public health department. The main reason given is they are looking to avoid the administrative and financial burden that creating their own city department would require. Instead, they are currently researching internally how they can improve their existing services in order to improve their public health. The example provided to me was EMTs providing follow-up visits to people who have used their ambulance services. Next, Long Beach. They have a health and human services department that has been in operation for over a century. The last update provided some of their financial details, so I updated those. They had adopted in 2024 expenditures of $187 million and adopted 2024 revenues of $170 million, making their adopted 2024 fund impact negative $17 million. Next, Pasadena. Similarly, they have a public health department that has been in operation for over a century. They have a recent fiscal year 2024 adopted budget of $23.8 million. Their adopted budget online does not provide any revenues currently. Next, West Covina. West Covina is currently leading the charge in the creation of a new city public health department. They're working with CDPH on that new formal approval process, as one has not been made in a very long time. They are expecting provisional approval sometime this year. They're waiting on 2 things. 1, CDPH is still internally reviewing that formal approval process. And 2, the city of West Covina is still researching funding sources and mechanisms. Notably, they mentioned that they would be very willing to share their research on funding sources with the city of Torrance and other cities once they're done. Furthermore, West Covina is currently performing a community health needs assessment, which is a requirement for all public health departments and hospitals. They would do so at the establishment of the public health department or hospital, and then every 3 to 5 years afterward. And then finally, Santa Ana was considering a community health strategist position, but ultimately decided not to develop this position due to shifts in the council priorities. Next, we'll go through additional requests for information by your Honorable City Council. The first is Councilmember Matucci, who asked for more information on funding and grants. So staff was able to find examples of special operating program funds, and those are detailed in Attachment C, a report from the Los Angeles City Administrative Officer, and also in Pasadena's new 2024 adopted budget. Additionally, staff recently found a more general source of funding, which is the CDPH's Future of Public Health funding, which is a general supplement for workforce and infrastructure that is being given out annually 2023 to 2026. Pasadena received received $1,033,025 from this fund. However, staff did not find any sources for the startup of a health department, so startup funding would need to come from either the general fund or securing a legislative appropriation. Next, Councilmember Sheikh asked for more details on health indicators comparing between the cities. So we have a few charts to go through. The first is a quick population comparison. These are the most updated population numbers. Torrance sits at 143,000, with the closest to that being Pasadena at 134,000, and Long Beach being the largest at 464,000. Next, an age comparison from the American Community Survey 2021. Torrance sits at a median age of 42.2, making us the second oldest of these 6 cities, just behind Beverly Hills at 46.5. The youngest is Santa Ana at 33. These next 2 charts are data from the Center for Disease Control's Places tool, which is a collaboration with nonprofits from across the country to create a model-based estimation tool for health measures down to the city level. So this first chart that you can see charts 3 major health indicators across the cities. The first is the percent of residents estimated to be living with a disability. So for Torrance, that would be the bolded underlined number of 7%. Health risk behaviors would be any residents engaging in activities such as binge drinking or smoking or lacking physical exercise. Torrance sits at 17%. And next, poor non-disability health outcomes. So that would be things like obesity and arthritis, and Torrance sits at 12%. Notably, Torrance is the lowest ranking in disability and poor non-disability health outcomes, ranks the second lowest in health risk behaviors, making us the healthiest overall of these cities according to this data. Next, we have a chart that is a different format, but very similar in the type of information. This is categories of preventative health care actions taken on by residents. So that first category would be the percentage of residents the percentage of women residents aged 21 to 65 who have had a cervical cancer screening in the past few years. And the other categories are similar: cholesterol screenings, mammography use, etc. I won't go through all of these for the sake of time, but Torrance ranks 3rd in 3 of these 6 categories, 2nd in 1 category, and 1st in 2 of these categories, indicating that we have an above average demand for preventative health care among our residents relative to the other cities. Next, we have some charts on health insurance coverage in Torrance. This is from Torrance Memorial's most recent community health needs assessment, and it shows health insurance coverage by age group, 0 to 18 and ages 65 and up. Both have a high coverage of 97, 98%, and the age group of 19 to 64 has a quite lower rate of 90% coverage. This next slide breaks it down even further into type. This is from, again, the American Community Survey 2021. The largest by far is employer coverage of 59%. Then you have Medicaid, Medicare, and non-group, all hovering around 10 to 12%. Then you have uninsured people at 5%, and finally military and VA at 0.7%. Next, Mayor Chen wanted to investigate how West Covina made establishing their health department, quote, net $0, which was a claim by one of their city council members. And what we found was they actually used $500,000 from their American Recovery Act COVID-19 assistance funding and $0 from their general fund, which is how they made it, quote, net zero. It should be noted that Torrance has already used this funding for other projects, so this route to the startup would be closed off for us. Next, Councilmember Kalani asked for more details on Santa Ana's Chief Health Strategist position. So Santa Ana partnered with the firm Health Management Associates to create a report on what this position would look like in the city of Santa Ana. And what they found was over 3 full-time positions, it would cost $580,000 with the following duties. Pursuit of federal and state grants on behalf of the city, monitoring and reporting on community health conditions, developing strategies for community services and land use, advocating on behalf of the city with county public health, and finally, community and philanthropic cultivation and partnership. This chart breaks down those positions a little bit more. The 3 positions named are Chief Strategist at $190,000 a year, a Grant Manager / Analyst at $146,000, and a Data Analyst at $110,000. They also estimated an infrastructure cost of 30% annually, which adds up to that $580,000. Next, we'll go over some benefits and limitations. The main benefits a Torrance Public Health Department would have are that we would be able to create programs and interventions that are specific to the Torrance community, and the fundings for these programs and services would be all directed at Torrance residents and not split among the populations of the county. Furthermore, we would have the authority to create our own public health budgets and establish our own taxes and fees for public health. Next, some limitations. Sorry. As noted earlier, we would not have that autonomy during public health emergencies to make our own decisions, overriding the state decisions. If the state requires cities to follow certain mandates, we would still have to. Other limitations are the potential for duplicative administrative infrastructure. This could create fragmented and redundant services with the county. Furthermore, there could be delays and inefficiencies with operations of disease control and emergency preparedness, since those kinds of operations typically require regional or county-wide cooperation. Furthermore, there is the loss of economy of scaling. Running a city-wide health department would simply be less economically efficient than running a county-wide department. And furthermore, we would not get any funds from the county tax base. The tax base for this would be the Torrance residents. So next, the next steps, if the city of Torrance would like to continue with creating a public health department, the next steps would be to create a feasibility and fiscal evaluation. And we would also need to do a community health needs assessment, followed by the creation of a community health improvement plan. And with that, staff has created 3 options for your honorable body's consideration. Option 1 would be to accept and file, and direct staff to bring forth a subsequent update once the City of West Covina has established their public health department for a 1-year period. Option 2 would be to accept and file, and direct staff to bring forth a subsequent update based on council's priorities or additional research inquiries. And option 3 is to accept and file and direct staff to halt research efforts on the establishment of a city-operated public health department at this time. Thank you, and staff is available for questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the council? Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for all a lot of research that's going through here, and I understand some of the sentiment. Saying we're maybe biting off more than we can chew. That sounds kind of like the tone that I get, but I really do think that I like option 1. By the way, I think we don't have to reinvent the wheel. Waiting for West Covina to see how it goes for them and using that as a roadmap might be a little bit easier when it comes to trying to make a decision whether we're going to pull the trigger on this or not. One key element that I think we need to talk about is, we might have some restrictions when it comes to other county and state mandates that might come down, but it does give us a lot of flexibility on every other aspect. My understanding is that hospitals, restaurants, anything that would need a health permit would eventually come through Torrance, and we can, I guess, maybe ease the pain of going through the LA County system. And I've done that a few times. Also, the point that I want to bring up is that I want this to be revenue neutral, at least. But I do think at the very least. So in other words, whatever program we do eventually, bring to the table, I don't, if we're going to be having to dig into the general funds to pay for a service like that for the public, I don't think it's even worth talking about at that point. So I think being revenue neutral or even revenue positive, I think is the way to look at it. And of course, that comes through fees and fee table and everything else. But anyways, for now, me personally, I'd recommend option 1, wait for West Covina, see how it works out, and use that as a guide. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. Is there a minimum budget requirement? Do you know what West Covina has slated to get it started? It looks like Santa Ana used $500,000.
Well, West Covina is using $500,000 from their American Recovery Act. Santa Ana, I tried to find and did not.
Oh, I thought it was Santa Ana that used $500,000. Pardon? West Covina used $500,000. Is it an all or none proposition? Do you have to completely make a move? Can you start facilitating some services, or it's all or none?
Councilwoman, Mayor, Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. If the city were to explore, there are 3 necessary steps that would initiate the process. So we wouldn't have an option to provide some services without completing those 3 investigatory efforts and receiving approval from the State Department of Public Health to proceed with delivering any services independent of the county.
I see. Okay, thank you. I guess that's it. Thank you.
Councilman Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'm inclined to lean towards option 3, but I could accept option 1. I just think that this is a gigantic bureaucracy that we would have to work hard to set up. I know staff is very capable, but we're pulled in a million different directions already, and I just feel that the benefits that we might get out of this, which I completely would love to see us get out of being under the thumb of the county for so many different things, including our public health, but I just don't see that there's enough real benefit to keep us moving forward on this, and be interested to see what the rest of the comments are.
First of all, let me ask Ben. You pretty much, you're an intern right now. You pretty much did this by yourself.
A good amount of the research was done independently, yes.
Okay. Looking at the and thank you very much for this. And I'm leaning toward option 1 and 2 actually, which means we wait because we want West Covina to go through their lessons learned so we know what to do and what not to do. But there's a few things I would like the staff to look at. I think we have 2 very good hospitals in our city, Torrance Memorial Medical Center and Providence Little Company Mary. Maybe we could reach out to someone, some folks there, just to share with them that this is something we're thinking about. I know that Torrance Memorial has shared with me that they want to talk to us about that before Craig Leach retired, and so they may have some ideas how they could play in this should we, as we're thinking. West Covina and other don't have 2 great hospitals like we do, so there's an advantage we might have. I don't know. The other thing is we could query some of the, for example, the cities that's in the South Bay COG. Maybe interest, no interest. If we were to go down this path, is there interest that they in the future would contract with us to take care of their public health needs? And while we're talking to maybe folks like Torrance Memorial and Providence Little Company Mary, is there a potential public-private partnership that could play in this? It doesn't look like West Covina has done that, but I'm just thinking out loud that there are a lot of successful public-private partnership ventures, and I'm just wondering if there's a potential avenue. All of this is really looking at something that, when I look at the data, when you show me Pasadena and Long Beach, looking at their revenue and their expenses, it looks like they're in the red. Definitely, we don't want to be something that, go into that we're in the red. But the startup costs, if there is some public-private partnership that they could help us with, that might be an opportunity. At some point, it's got to be a win-win for all of us. We definitely don't want to go into something that we stay in the red. So that's why I'm looking at, option 1 and 2 together. Hopefully you understand what I'm asking. Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, sir. That was wonderful presentation, and you did a lot of research. It was great information. My question is about Pasadena. Which way are they going? I think I'm not clear with this slide.
Oh.
They already have it? That's my understanding.
Councilman Sheikh, Danny
right?
Santana, City Manager's Office.
already
They have their own health
They
department.
have their own, yeah.
Yeah.
So the 5 cities that you surveyed, 2 out of them are not going for public.
So
Decided, right?
yeah. So
Beverly Hills.
sorry, what was your question again?
So 2 out of 5 cities that you surveyed, they are not opting for public health.
Yes. So
Beverly.
Santa Ana has one. West Covina is going to have one. Santa Ana is not considering, and Beverly Hills is not considering.
Not considered.
Yes.
And Councilman Arnold, City Manager, if I just remind council, there are 4 cities statewide that we're aware, Long Beach, Pasadena, Berkeley, and Vernon, right now, that have their own, these recent research. The rest of the LA County cities are part of the LA County Department of Public Health.
And there hasn't been a new one in the last 100 years, roughly.
And Long Beach is in a big deficit. They are $17 million.
Mm.
I think it doesn't look like it's a feasible option. At this point, I mean, we have a lot of precedents that it may not be feasible for our city to go with that route. And it seems like that I'm going to go with, well, let's hear more conversation and then we'll decide. Thank you.
Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you, Mr. Brown, for this comprehensive research. It's very helpful. I know that for the city's experience during the pandemic and its sole reliance on the County of Los Angeles made it difficult for the delivery of care and also following through on mandates here at the local city level. I do believe that there are some benefits in if we do have our own health department, not just for our city, but perhaps, as the mayor has mentioned, some of the other cities in the South Bay COG. I would like to have more information on what a successful health department model looks like, source of revenues, how those fees are charged to residents. Also looking at our two hospitals, does that create a sufficient healthcare infrastructure, which could also support a Torrance Health Department, perhaps by contracting certain research or analyses with the various hospitals who do have labs on site, do have those specific specialists on site rather than have to duplicate it. So I am open to further discussion. I'm looking at option one. But I do hear the concerns of the other members that we do not want to willingly create a department that suddenly goes belly up, and then our residents are stuck holding the bill. So I am open to more input, but thank you once again for gathering this information.
Thank you. Does anyone from the public wish to comment on this item?
Hi, this is Pork Chop again. You're not going to like this, but in my opinion, snap out of it right now. This was already enough time and money the city wasted making the staff work on this thing. You know what I mean? There's absolutely no profit on this. Those cities like Pasadena and Long Beach, they had it over 100 years because they were rich. Long Beach was the richest city in the world, so that's why they had that. Today, when you have these services provided for us, it's absolutely necessary. Why don't I have a cow? Because I go to the grocery store and buy milk. Why don't I have a chicken? Because I go to the grocery store and buy chicken or eggs. What the hell you need this for? Why? How much does it cost already? How much?
Does anyone else from the public wish to speak on this item? Okay, Councilman Matucci, you're up.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move that we go with option number one and just wait and see what Camino does and see how it works out. And then we'll discuss it at that point.
I second.
Does it include some of the items we're asking staff to follow up with?
Mayor, if Councilman Matucci would entertain this, we could incorporate these questions that Council provided us, similar to Mr. Brown's presentation this evening, when option one is activated, once West Covina has completed their process and they're at the 1 year mark.
Okay.
Does that work, Council?
Oh, absolutely.
Does that work for the seconder?
Actually, can I jump in before the seconder? It would be good to have some of the inputs for, like, if we reach out to like the hospitals before the 1 year thing, because because we're in a different scenario, right?
Your Honor, staff is in the process of coordinating the follow-up meetings with the hospital, so we don't have to wait for that particular
Yeah.
aspect. If
Yeah,
that's okay.
that's why I didn't want to wait, you know. Sure.
So moved.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Griffiths voting no.
Thank you, Danny.
Thank you. Item 9J from this, wait, that was item 9J. All right. There are no agency agenda items, no second reading. At this point, we're gonna recess the closed session. Is this still the plan, or we're gonna?
Your Honor, Danny Santana, City Manager's Office, we would do need a recess for closed session, but would the mayor consider taking oral communications number 2?
Yep. Well, we're moving on to oral communications number 2. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comment on items not on the agenda. Under Ralph M. Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer item to staff. Speakers during orals are limited to oral communications number 1 or oral communications number 2, and no longer than 1 minute per speaker. Time starts when you step up to the microphone. If presenting handout to the council, please provide 11 copies to City Clerk. Do we have anyone who wants to speak on oral communication number 2? Please come up to the microphone. It's now 11:49.
I'd just like to thank you to running this business, you know, when they're playing these jingles and you just sit there like dog shit in the grass and say nothing. That doesn't interrupt my speech, and, you know, it's not intimidating, it's not making fun of me. Shame on you. Now, just to remind you, in the past couple of weeks, we had like 2 or 3 water main broken. Instead of spending money on the stupidities and how to raise taxes for us and spending energy and money on different things, maybe you should consider thinking about what's going to happen with our infrastructure. And then for the stupid sewage water, you tore up the street, but we paid $3 million to repave it. Thank you to screwing up our money. And
anyone else from the public who wishes to speak?
James Henry. I want to thank the LA Dodgers for signing that Japanese pitcher hitter for $700 million for 10 years. That being said, has anyone in the city checked the prices of Dodger tickets for 2024? Have those tickets prices increased in value compared to 2023? When the city schedules its Dodger Day game this year, can you schedule it against the Anaheim Angels, who are more wealthy this year thanks to the signing of that Japanese pitcher hitter by the Los Angeles Dodgers?
Anyone else wish to speak?
Sorry I got a little excited before, but it's been building up. But you guys are doing a great job. I wasn't here last meeting, and I wanted to thank the Torrance PD and all the surrounding PDs for the work they did handling the situation at the mall, just shutting it down quickly. So, and I'm glad that, you know, nobody got hurt, and pretty much that's about it, except for, you know, I asked this of Mayor Fury, and he told me when I asked him about Applebee's, he says, we're never going to have an Applebee's. And I'm like, I want to know why. Why can't we have an Applebee's? Is that possible? I'm actually very serious because I'm getting tired of Chipotle.
Thank you. Your time is up. Did you want to make a comment?
Your Honor, Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. Applebee's is welcome to come to the city of Torrance. They just have to find the location and apply for the necessary
That was exactly what I
permits.
was going to say.
Just as long as it's a 24-hour.
Yeah, anyone can call Mr. Appleby. Okay, at this moment, we're going to recess to closed session. Okay, we'll do council orals, or just come back and close. Okay, I thought you wanted to do council orals afterwards. Okay, let's do council orals now. Councilman Shake, you're first up.
Good night. Thank you.
All right, Councilman Griffiths.
Well, let me start by saying good night.
Councilman Kaji.
7 minutes. Good morning.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Have a nice evening.
Councilwoman Lewis.
Now I want Applebee's. But good night.
Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I have nothing. Good night, everyone.
I'll just share that, last council meeting, I was not here. I was actually at the Las Vegas at the Consumer Electronics Show. Met up with the mayor of Hwaseong, and we had a good meeting with him and his delegation of over 80 businesses from Korea, and made some contacts over there. And it's an opportunity to bring in additional companies who may want to start up in our city. So that was a reason why I was not here, and I thank Mayor Pro Tem Kaji for running the council meeting. Secondly, I want to congratulate Chief Hart. I think you're part of the National League of Cities, I believe, Public Safety Advocacy Board. It's good that you could represent not only our city but at the national level, and push for policies that help us do better policing and keeping our public safe. With that, we are going to close session. Thank you. We have returned from recess. It's 1:56 a.m. Wednesday morning. City Manager, do we have any actions to report?
No actions to report, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, and at this moment, I just want to thank all the audience and the community for participating, and I'll take a motion to adjourn.
Make a motion to adjourn to the next city council meeting, Tuesday, February 6, 2024, 5 p.m. for closed session, and regular business is 6:30.
Second?
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
All right, thank you. Good night and evening and morning.